Notice of the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by publicizing same in the Omaha World Herald, OPPD Outlets newsletter, OPPD.com, and social media, by displaying such notice on the arcade level of Energy Plaza, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on May 13th, 2022. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Our agenda for today's meeting is as follows. We will conduct a closed session this morning to discuss 3 topics: Power with Purpose Solar Update, Power with Purpose Reliability, and a claim settlement in excess of $50,000. We also will conduct a closed session in the afternoon on 2 topics: CEO development and corporate officer performance reviews and compensation adjustments for Vice Presidents Kate Brown, Scott Bosch, Lisa Olson, and Troy Vai. We will conclude this morning's closed session no later than 9:50 a.m. in order to open the WebEx meeting to allow the public and OPPD staff to join. We will begin public session at approximately 10 a.m. and receive reports from each committee. Director Moody, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
We do. I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 8:01 a.m. to discuss 3 topics: Power with Purpose Solar Update, Power with Purpose Reliability, and a claim settlement in excess of $50,000. With respect to the Power with Purpose Generation Resource Project, Solar Update, and the reliability discussion, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion will involve competitively sensitive utility infrastructure information, including potential pricing that would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by its business competitors, and also would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by potential contractors and property owners that may be involved in the infrastructure projects. The update also may involve discussion of legal matters, including contract negotiation matters that are protected by the attorney-client privilege. With respect to the claim settlement in excess of $50,000, a closed session is necessary because the discussion will involve legal advice and strategy that is protected by the attorney-client privilege and attorney work product doctrine. Do I have a second?
Second.
Bogner,
Yes.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Mulhoff,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Spurgeon,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yoder.
Yes.
Motion carried.
The motion to go into closed session has passed. This closed session will be limited to discussion regarding 3 topics: Power with Purpose Solar Update, Power with Purpose Reliability, and a claim settlement in excess of $50,000. No votes or other action will be taken. At this time, public attendees will be removed from the WebEx event. We'll stop the WebEx event recording and then lock the event to prevent attendance. All right, I have 10 a.m. A motion and a second is required to reconvene in open session.
So moved.
So moved. Oh, second.
Consider?
Bogner,
Yes.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Mulhoff,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Spurgeon,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yoder.
Yes.
Motion carried.
The motion to come out of closed session at 10 a.m. is carried. This closed session was limited to discussion regarding 3 topics: Power with Purpose Solar Update, Power with Purpose Reliability, and a claim settlement in excess of $50,000. No votes or other board action were taken during the closed session. However, we will continue the discussion around item 2, Power with Purpose Reliability, in this afternoon's closed session. Earlier before the closed session, I made the announcement regarding public notice of this meeting. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. Members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Per the board's guidelines for public participation, we do not take public comment during the all committees meeting. We will take public comments at the board meeting on Thursday, May 19th, which will be conducted in person at the Omaha Douglas Civic Center and begins at 5 p.m. The public may attend in person or remotely via WebEx events by going to oppd.com. Joining me today via WebEx are my fellow board members, Mike Kavanaugh, Sarah Howard, Janice Mulhoff, Craig Moody, Mary Spurgeon, Eric Williams, and Rick Yoder. We also have President and CEO Javier Fernandez, our General Counsel, Steve Bruckner with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, and members of our executive leadership team and OPPD staff. Additionally, we have, I'm not sure how many participants. We have 11 members of, 11 attendees in the meeting consisting of OPPD employees and members of the public. We conducted a closed session earlier to discuss 3 topics: power with purpose, solar update, power with purpose, reliability, and a claim settlement in excess of $50,000. As I just mentioned, we will be continuing the discussion regarding item 2, power with purpose, reliability, during this afternoon's closed session. Today, we will hear the following committee reports. Governance by Director Moody, Finance by Director Yoder, Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight by Director Williams, and Public Information by Director Mulhoff. We also will conduct a closed session in the afternoon on 3 topics: CEO development, corporate officer performance reviews and compensation adjustments for Vice Presidents Kate Brown, Scott Foch, Lisa Olson, and Troy Boy, and a continuation of item 2 from this morning's closed session, power with purpose, reliability. Javier Fernandez will now give the safety briefing.
Thank you, Director Bogner. We modified the slide a little bit. It's the same content, but it has some pictures. Really, on the physical safety on the left-hand side of the monitor. If you're feeling ill, if you're not feeling well, we encourage our employees and customer owners, please stay home and take care of yourselves. And if you're feeling ill or need help during this call and you're on a WebEx format like we are, I encourage you to please make sure that at the beginning of the call that someone on the call has a way to assist you, whether a phone number of a loved one or a physical address where you're located. If we ever have to, call 911 on your behalf, it will be a lot easier if we know where you are or if someone knows where you are. So just a good reminder of that. I encourage you to be aware of the AED and first aid kits, as well as fire extinguishers in your area of work. I am today, at Energy Plaza, and I know exactly where those are. I encourage you to do the same thing. Look around, identify environmental hazards or physical hazards like cords or toys or things that you may have at home or in your place of work that could cause a trip if you have to exit quickly. And last but not least, and this is an incredibly sad state of our society, the active shooter. As we were reminded this past weekend, hate is alive and well in this world. And unfortunately, these issues do happen. And so in the case there's an active shooter, whether at home or most likely in a large place of congregation, we encourage people to run first, hide next, or fight as your last resort. Moving on to the right hand of the screen, psychological safety is incredibly important, probably just as important as physical safety. And these helps OPPD stay on top of things and have the environment where we feel comfortable voicing our concerns and sharing concerns. This promotes a culture of safety, and we always promote a culture of respect, have a culture of curiosity, seek to understand, to learn more, promote trust. We are always caring about each other, and we rely on others to keep us safe. Promote healthy conflict with good dialogue, discussion, debate that brings out the best ideas that we all have around the table, and really encourage multiple perspectives. This is part of the diversity, equity, and inclusion piece, where multiple perspectives make us more informed and a better company. The next slide, please, Mo. The safety focus for the month of May, beware behind the wheel. We have seen an increased number of vehicle damage events, and we saw that in April, and we continue to see this in May. Some of them have affected our systems, our infrastructure. So please be aware behind the wheel as we're all starting to drive more and drive longer distances. People get tired, and fatigue plays a role in vehicle damages. We continue to focus on reducing sprains, strains, and tears. Believe it or not, it's still spring. Some days it feels like summer, but it's still spring, and there's a lot of mud and rain and causing slippery conditions. So be aware of your surroundings. And then there are several days a week for observations for safety and health topics in May. We will, in the month of May, we have motorcycle safety, to the national stand down to prevent falls, to boating safety. And so if you're an OPPD employee, we will have a lot more information on your safety bulletins. I will say that May is also a mental health awareness month. And so that is another part of that safety focus for May. If you're not feeling well, not just physically, but something up here and in here, in your heart and your mind, it is just as important. And it is important for you to rely on your friends and family and professionals to seek help. Mental health is something that has existed forever, but I think it was probably more highlighted after the pandemic, and we were all secluded at home. And it continues to evidence itself today. So just another awareness of be on the lookout for your coworkers, your family, friends, and especially for you. If you need to talk to someone, please reach out. It's okay, and we all want to hear from you. That concludes my safety briefing.
Thank you. Director Moody, will you please give us the Governance Committee report?
Happy to. Thank you. Okay, the Governance Committee met last week on May 12th. You can see the agenda in front of you today. Taking a few of these at a time here. The first, corporate officer performance reviews. We discussed the reviews and potential salary changes for Kate Brown, Scott Foch, Lisa Olson, and Troy Vai. We will, as a board, discuss those in good detail this afternoon during closed session. For members of the public, once we conclude that closed session, we'll eventually be bringing these to the public and voting on these, or the intent is to vote on these in our June board meeting. So that's what the cadence will be. We'll have discussions this afternoon, and then we'll work to get the information released so that we can eventually vote on those in June. The next item was a power with purpose reliability. As Amanda mentioned, that was also discussed this morning. So in committee, the board received a detailed presentation from management on the status of interconnection of the power with purpose natural gas resources and some associated challenges that exist in the marketplace with respect to a significant backlog of interconnection requests. It's a widely known issue, and so the board got an update. The OPPD team shared its plan to mitigate the current situation in order to maintain grid reliability. As I mentioned, the topic was discussed in great detail this morning during our closed session, and will continue in this afternoon's closed session. We will talk in a moment about a claim settlement in excess of $50,000, and then we concluded with a brief discussion about our board work plan and summary of committee direction. So that's the very brief version of what we discussed in Governance Committee last week. Moving on, to the claim settlement. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Foch. Scott?
Good morning, Director Moody, and thank you. As indicated, there's a claim settlement in excess of $50,000 that we're reporting to the board this month. The pertinent facts are listed here. That on or about March 11, 2019, Alex Cooper Vasquez sustained significant injuries resulting from electrical shock and fall from a lift while working at a construction site located at approximately 40th and Dodge. As a result of this, we entered into a claim that is in excess of $50,000 on February 15th, 2022. We participated in litigation and we settled for our portion of the claim, which equated to about 10% of the total settlement paid to Mr. Cooper Vasquez. Ms. Huff is on the line. I don't know if there's any additional thing to share, Lisa, or if there's any questions from the board at this time.
And for purposes of line of sight for the public, we did discuss this in closed session this morning due to attorney-client privilege. There were some questions that we needed to ask that were subject to that. But beyond that, colleagues, do you have any remaining questions?
Thank you, Director Moody. Thank you, Lisa.
I do not see any hands.
Yep, I think we're good. And I believe that concludes governance.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, now time for a Finance Committee report. Director Yoder.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The agenda for our May 6th meeting is in front of you. There are going to be some report outs here for the items 2, 3, and 5. I believe that's it. So I'll won't add on to that. The discussion of the retirement plan cost of living adjustments was a robust discussion about an initial finding of fact and framing for the board members that were there. There were multiple points of conversation. Questions were asked and answered. There are more questions asked than answered. And so the committee is going to work with staff to determine scope of further research and figure out the time and financial requirement for that. We're expecting to see a revision or some kind of scope of work on that, and have not received it yet. The rate design review plan, we're excited about this coming up here. One of the board members has indicated that there may be an opportunity here for providing asynchronous learning materials, readings, podcasts, webinars prior to the board sessions, and staff is looking into that possibility to see if that will help us be fully prepared for that project. Item number 7, SD2, the rates policy revision. We really didn't do much more than have some housekeeping on this. I noted my intent to have a Finance Committee July meeting in June because one of the members won't be here in July, so we'll have to schedule that up for the last part of June. Also looking ahead, the SD2 monitoring report is next month. And I think that's it for those items we won't be talking about today. Things we're talking about today, we'll start off with the first quarter financial report. Over to you, CFO Bishop.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Appreciate that, Director Yoder. We did go through the first quarter financial results with the Pre-Finance Committee. It's a more detailed report, does a year-on-year, and we're going to go through the results versus budget for 2022. One item I did want to highlight, though, when we looked back at the year-on-year comparison, was just the bad position that we found ourselves in as a result of the polar vortex back in Q1 of 2021. Almost $60 million unfavorable to budget. So Very happy that we ended 2021 in a good position, and ultimately very excited that that's in the rearview mirror for us now. So with such a significant event having transpired, I thought it was worthy of noting before we jump into the middle of the report. Mo, if we could go to the next slide. Overall, I'm very happy with our first quarter 2022 results. Our results of operations show that we're largely in line with budget. We're expecting to hit our critical metrics at the end of the year in terms of debt service coverage and our liquidity targets. First off, I'll tackle retail revenue. That came in slightly under budget, $241.1 million, which was only $600,000 compared to budget, so I call that relatively flat. As we look at 2022, our revenues are continuing to increase year on year. We've got increased customer count of roughly 5,400 new customers, and customer usage is up. And so again, very happy with that outcome. I would highlight in terms of our retail revenue forecast, this goes back to mid-2021 when that's first developed, the load forecast that underlies all of this. That's almost 9 months ago. And so you can imagine how difficult it is to come up with that forecast. And so I just think it's fantastic work that our team does in terms of coming up with that forecast. It's underneath Brad Underwood, Colton Max, and the team do a fantastic job looking at the different factors that come into play. And so again, just a hats off to the team in delivering a good forecast there. Next, as we move to off-system revenues, which is just below, you'll see that we came in at $46.3 million, which is about $8.5 million better than budget. That's largely associated with higher market prices that we're receiving for our sales. If we do a double click and look at that in more detail, on a volumetric basis, we underperformed compared to budget, primarily due to lower than expected generation, which was driven by unit derates and lower dispatch of our units stemming from transmission congestion in our service territory. If we look at the other side of that, the dollar basis, we outperformed. And again, that has to do with much higher prices than anticipated in on-peak pricing and also revenues associated with our transmission congestion. And so again, as we look at the bottom line of volume versus prices, again, prices prevailed as it relates to off-system revenues. We move over laterally to your right, we've got the fuel and purchase power. Again, important to look at not only our off-system revenues, but then how did our plants operate and what did we do in the marketplace? And that's really why I look at these two together, off-system revenues and fuel and purchase power. We can see that fuel and purchase power came in at $105.5 million, which is over budget by $11.5 million. Again, that's primarily due to higher prices in the marketplace. Very similar story to what we experienced with our off-system revenues. Fuel expenditures did come in lower than budget, primarily due to our decreased coal burn that we had at Nebraska City and North Omaha facilities associated with the lower dose dispatch that I mentioned just a moment ago. As we move up to the upper right corner, you've got our O&M expenses, and this is a large bag of items, and so I'm going to call those out. You've got your transmission and distribution costs, production cost, A&G, depreciation, decommissioning costs, our pilot payments, all of those get wrapped up into that single category. And you can see that we came in at $97.6 million, or just slightly under budget by $2.7 million. And again, that has primarily to do with lower production expenses as we had fewer than expected unplanned outages. So again, a good outcome from that perspective. As we move down to the bottom left-hand corner, this is a really interesting story, and it's a big impact in terms of our total financial picture at a net income level. And I want to take a moment just to talk through that. You can see here that as we look at our other income, we were forecasted to have budgeted income of $17.4 million. However, we actually had a loss of $8.1 million. So again, a $25.3 million unfavorable outcome. And this is really driven by the mark-to-market on our investment portfolio. And as we talked about before, we hold our investments to maturity. So therefore, the unrealized mark-to-market doesn't come into play in terms of our finalized cash position and final results. So we discount that. But again, it's noteworthy to highlight. And I'll talk a little bit more about that here in a moment. As we move over to the right, other expense came in line with budget. Again, this is largely associated with interest payments, AFUDs, DC. Again, those are fairly predictable and stable. Any questions on this slide before I move on to the next?
I don't see hands.
Okay. Thanks, Mo. All right, operating income. Again, this is operating revenues less our operating costs. And this is one we really hone in on because it removes the distortions that come from that market volatility that I just talked through. You can see here that we came in at $10 million, which was $1.7 million lower than budget. Again, when we compare this to last year, it was $56 million unfavorable to budget. So again, we're in a much better position this year. Very happy with this outcome, especially considering the volatility that we've been seeing in the energy markets. Our units have been running well. And again, we're in a very good position as we look forward for the balance of 2022. One item I did want to highlight here, again, this is if we have any Berkshire Hathaway fans, this is the line item that Warren Buffett likes to highlight and really focus in on as it relates to what he calls operating earnings. I'm not going to shame any accountants being a fellow accountant as well, but he talks about the unusual accounting requirements associated with fair value accounting that distort financial pictures. So that would be the picture again that he's looking at as well. If we move down to net income, again, this is where we take our operating income, but then we also layer in other income and expense, which includes those negative, among other things, includes those negative fair value adjustments. This is where you can see the impact where we came in at $27.9 million unfavorable to budget. Again, if you remove that from the outcome, we came in slightly favorable to budget at the end of the quarter. If you remove the mark to market. If we transition over to the cash balance, you see we ended the quarter at $556.5 million or $47 million under our budgeted cash position, or excuse me, above our cash position. Again, that really goes back down to our level of capital spend, which I'll talk about next. You can see here that we were expected to spend $174.6 million, but we're $66 million short, only spent $109 million. And again, this has to do with the delay in our Power with a Purpose projects. We expect this balance to be up at full complement at the end of the year. So again, that's also driving the higher cash position that we're seeing. And then in terms of our specific metrics, SD2 rates, you can see that, again, we're hitting that. And then also in terms of our 8.9 below our regional average, and then our access to credit markets, again, we'll talk about that here as I do the monitoring report in just a moment. Any questions that folks have on the financial update?
Ian, I don't see any hands. Oh, there's Director Moody. And just before I give you the chance to ask your question, I wanted to alert all the board members that I think in diligent as you look at the Finance Committee materials that we had a multi-page report on the first quarter that I found very enlightening. And if you want to dig deeper into everything, I would encourage you all to take a look at it. Go ahead, Director Moody.
Can we go back one slide, please? Jeff, just for public awareness more than anything, I see in other expenses, I see decommissioning in there. Could you talk a little bit about why decommissioning is showing up here, but we also have a decommissioning fund that help just real quickly so the public understands kind of how that's structured, if you would.
Sure. One is set up as a way to fund your decommissioning obligation over the course of time. What we do is we execute and complete our actual delivery of the decommissioning work. That's where we expend it here, and it goes through in terms of other expense as our decommissioning costs. And so we've got funds set aside to complete that work, and then as we actually do complete that work, it is then recognized as expense through the other expense line item. Good question.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Moody. Other directors? Others who wish to comment? Oh, Director Spurgeon, thank you.
I'm curious to know what the delayed maintenance was, because I know we plan well out in advance. It just turned out the inspection was made and nothing needed to be repaired, or how did that happen? Thanks.
So it's a great question. When we're going through and we develop our annual operating plan, we've got planned maintenance and unplanned maintenance, right? There's things that will pop up, which will be a cost associated with things, derates that happen, boiler tube leaks. That's what we would call is unplanned maintenance. We had a lower level, our plants ran better, and so ultimately we had a lower level of that unplanned costs. And again, we include both of those as you're trying to come up with a better picture of what the reality will be from a financial perspective at the end of the year, and that's why you want to capture both of those. But again, the level of unplanned outages was lower, and so that's why we ultimately had a lower cost specifically attributed to that area. Great question, and it's an interesting one in terms of how you try to budget that.
Director Spurgeon. Thank you. Others? Okay. Let's move on if we can. I think it's still with you, CFO Bishop, the retirement plan report, first quarter.
All right. Thank you, Director Yoder. How did the retirement fund perform during the first quarter? I think everyone's aware of the poor performance across the broader capital market space that occurred over the last quarter. Unfortunately, we're not shielded from these movements. We had a notable drop in terms of our portfolio value. And again, these aren't things that you can plan ahead for. We had heightened inflation. We had the increase in the Fed funds rate that happened in March, a war in Ukraine that's gone longer than expected, and tightening of our monetary policy. And as you can expect from that, we've had unfavorable results. Mo, if we go to the next slide, if that's okay. Actually, let me take you back one. I apologize. Thank you. When we look at the results for versus the quarter, our portfolio return was a negative 5.8%, which reduced our portfolio value by $74.3 million. It's also worth noting, though, as we think through this and this impact, these are items that we can expect to happen over the course of time, market corrections. It's worth noting that we experienced a very similar drop in the first half of 2020 with COVID, which by the end of the year we had fully restored relative to the financial market impacts. I do want to go through this in a little bit more detail. Again, sorry, Mo, if we go to the next slide. Here we've got a comparison of how we performed, broken down by the different investment portfolio items that compose that. You can see here that as it relates to the entire portfolio that we performed at negative 5.8 compared to the index, which was negative 5.1, so we did slightly worse. When you look at specifically how the portfolio mix ended the quarter, we had 55% equities, 37% fixed income, and 8% was alternative assets. Looking at the performance in more detail, domestic equity returned to negative 6.5%. Growth underperformed value, and small caps underperformed large caps. As we look at international equity, again, unfavorable return of 9.7%, and we had, highlighting the geopolitical concerns that were hitting the market, especially with Russia and the Ukraine war going on, and positions that were held there negatively impacted the portfolios. As we go to fixed income, we can see that the domestic fixed income returned negative 4%. Again, Fed fund increases negatively impacted that, and the adjustments in monetary policy. And then also in terms of global fixed income, that returned a negative 7.5% return for the quarter. The only item that produced a favorable result was the private real estate. Again, we added that last quarter as an alternative investment. That came at 4.6% positive. So in summary, I think it's difficult not to get concerned about these results, but we need to rely on our underlying investment strategy and not make dramatic changes. We've enjoyed 3+ years of robust returns, and so we need to be prepared for market corrections. As I highlighted before, we will see where we end up at the end of the year. I would also highlight that at the end of the year 2021, we completed an asset liability study looking at the portfolio construction, investment policy, and again, we took that up through the board, worked with our experts, and we feel very strong that we've got a good approach to these investments. We don't plan to adjust our portfolio. Again, still very, very comfortable with that. The other item I'd note is that we do have a retirement fund meeting coming up on Thursday to walk through some of this in more detail with Siegel Marco, and there's a few board members that will be invited to that as well. So again, that's the snapshot for the quarter. Wish I had something better to provide relative to the outcome. But again, these are things are to be anticipated with market movements and don't impact our long-term strategy as it relates to our investment portfolio. Any questions?
Maybe Jeff, just one quick comment, and maybe you mentioned this earlier and I didn't catch it, but just a reminder to the board that we, Jeff's team and presented a recommendation that was approved by the board last year to lower the discount rate on our pension plan. So that is yet another mitigation aspect that we have taken at the recommendation of our actuaries to rely less on these future positive market results. So not to challenge anything that Jeff said, that all of that is absolutely true. And we are also less reliant on future market results by way of a lower discount rate. So just a reminder that of our conservative position with regards to our pension plan.
I think that's a good point. Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
I was just going to thank Javier for the great point on that. And I will highlight there's been quite a bit of work that we've put into, we analyzed the performance of each of the fund managers, Voya Domestic Small Cap Growth. We're in the process of doing a replacement there. Quite a bit of work going on by the investment committee to look at different options. And with that, John, I know you're on as well. Any other pieces you'd want to provide on color relative to results or the work that we're doing with the investment managers?
No, I would just note that, as you mentioned, Jeff, we do have a investment committee meeting later this week to go into greater detail on the performance in the first quarter, and of course, the finance committee board members are invited to attend, and then also we will be selecting candidates for the new asset class private credit to recommend to the board, and that'll also occur later this week. And as the finance committee board members know, also we did go through an interview process for the replacement for Voya as a small cap growth manager, and we will be approaching the board in June with a candidate to bring forward to replace Voya. So the work continues on the retirement plan, and continue to monitor this as we move forward.
Thank you, John.
John, any questions? Okay, I was part of that conversation, and so that the change that Javier mentioned, the plan and the strategy that we have for the retirement, I'm just continually impressed with how the team approaches what they're doing here, and we have a good solid plan. We stick to it, and we're continuing to get good results relative to the market. So I'm for the most part. The I do appreciate all the work that you're doing. Thank you very much. Next up, without any other comments, SD3 CFO. Oh, yes.
All right. Well, I'm excited to discuss the SD3 credit monitoring report. There will be an ask for the board to approve that we are in compliance with the SD at the board meeting coming up on Thursday. We'll talk about that at the end of the presentation. As we look at this SD, it provides the charge to achieve low cost and flexible cost structure. And to do that, OPPD is given the charge to maintain financial ratios and targets to ensure that we have efficient and cost-effective access to credit markets. And we're going to walk through that in more detail. What does that mean? Why is it important? And to do that, just a couple items before we get into more detail would be, we really focus on maintaining a AA credit rating. Underpinning that is 2 times debt service coverage and some liquidity measures, which we'll go through in more detail. But before we jump into it, I do think it's an opportunity to make sure that in terms of how we look at this and the criticality that this has to the utilities, all utilities are very large, capital intensive endeavors and enterprises. We're no different. If you look ahead, if you look at OPPD and what we've got in front of us, there's a high level of investment that we've got with Power with a Purpose, investments in our T&D system, technology. That's really unbelievable. But again, that's expected for our industry. And these aren't one-time events either. As we look forward, there's a large amount of replacement capital to keep our existing systems up and running and maintained. And so we'll be issuing additional debt in the future. And again, it's having access to low-cost debt is key to our financial health. I also wanted to highlight the work that goes on behind the scenes to make sure that we're in the middle of the marketplace, that we do have low-cost debt structures, working with the banks, investors, rating agencies. There's a need to stay active in the marketplace and be competitive. There's a number of things that are taken on to do that. I mentioned, I think in our last report, that Javier, John Thurber, John Petroulis, and I went back to New York a few months back to go to the JP Morgan Public Utilities Conference that had not happened in a couple of years because of COVID. But there we met with investors, had an opportunity to go meet face-to-face with S&P and Moody's, and again, talk about our business, what's going on, continuing to make sure that they're aware of us, that they hear our story proactively. But it takes time, it takes effort. And again, I really appreciate the effort that the Treasury team and others put into this. We'll also have the LPPC Investor Conference coming up in September. And again, we're continuing to work with rating agencies. So a lot of things going on behind the scenes to really support our access to the credit market. Mo, if we could go to the next slide, please. So our first measure here is debt service coverage set at 2 times. And so you may ask yourself, well, why do we pay 2 times debt service coverage? And really that's what is needed for us to achieve the AA credit rating. And when you think through, well, what is 2 times debt service coverage? What we do is we take our operating revenues less our operating expenditures, and what's left over is we have the ability to pay our annual debt cost 2 times. We don't pay it twice, we pay it once. The other half of the coverage is used to pay for our capital program in the form of operating cash. But again, why do the agencies focus on 2 times debt coverage? Well, it really ensures that the lenders will have a high probability of getting paid. When we look at our achievements, you can see that from 2017 through 2021, we've achieved 2.0 or better. We're forecasted for the end of the year to achieve 2.0 as well. As a data point, it's useful just to go back. Our bond indentures for senior debt require us to be at 1.4 times at the minimum, and that's on our electric system. But obviously, we exceed that to ensure that we achieve the credit rating that we're after. And so again, 2 times places us in a good position for that. Any questions before I move on? Okay. Well, if we can go to the next slide, please. So we're going to talk about a number of different measures, but how do we ensure that we can achieve these outcomes? We need a detailed plan to make sure that that happens. That's our corporate operating plan. That's what makes sure that we can realize these outcomes. We developed the plan to ensure that we'll have a AA rating, 2 times debt service coverage, and we achieve the liquidity targets that we'll talk through here in a moment. And again, the corporate operating plan is really the roadmap to make sure that we deliver those outcomes. If you look at the picture on the right, it really reflects the balancing act that we've got in front of us, where we've got different demands for operating costs, different capital requests that are coming through. We've got rate impacts associated with this and different service levels. All of those are intertwined with one another. And we've got to then balance that on this financial stability. And so again, it is a balancing act, but that's what exactly we do in terms of the corporate operating plan, is pull all of that together. And so how does that get across the line? And so we do have a very robust planning effort. I will note that that's headed by our FP&A group, Brad Sire. Folks, I think I'll take the moment to acknowledge his recent promotion into that role. He's been here for a number of years, does a fantastic job. But if you get a chance to interface with Brad, make sure that you pass along a congratulations if you don't mind. But I also highlight it's not just one group, but it's all members of the ELT, management, people, leaders, individual contributors. Everyone gets engaged in the COP process. Again, that helps to ensure that we get these outcomes. It's not just something we have on paper, but we've got detailed plans to deliver. This starts back in the May timeframe. We already had a kickoff with ELT at the first of this month. We do have a 2-day planning exercise that we're going to look at the priorities that are in front of us for 22 through 27. So we're looking at a 5-year window because, again, we can't do things just in isolation. We've got to be looking at the long-term financial trajectory of the utility. We'll work through the capital projects, operating expenses, and this is, once we're out of there, the work that's done by the teams. We've got the RPC process, the RAWS process, again, very detailed processes to prioritize capital spending, our operating costs. And we also do a lot on our detailed modeling as it relates to system balancing, looking at our long-term coal costs, natural gas costs, power costs, and ultimately our load forecast. So there's an unbelievable amount of effort that goes into this. In the July to August timeframe, that will come to the ELT, and we'll finalize the business assumptions. And then ultimately in the October-November timeframe, we'll bring that to the board for approval. But again, this is the tool that makes us achieve the measures that are in the SD3 metric. Any questions before we move on? All right. Well, if we could go forward, that'd be great. All right, here's our debt ratio, so debt to capitalization, another measure of financial health. You don't want to get too leveraged and not be able to access the market. We have a good story to tell here. If you go back to 2016, we were at 66%, and we ultimately knew that we'd be moving forward in the future with the need to invest, but had the opportunity to pay down debt over the course of time. So you can see through 2020, we had a declining debt to capitalization ratio. As expected, with Power with a Purpose in 21 and 22, you're seeing our debt increases, our debt levels increase, and that's to be expected. We'll be looking to increase over the next couple of years. To maintain our AA rating, we want to stay below 70%, and so we'll be actively working to manage that. But again, this is a healthy picture of where we're at and what work's been done by the board, by management to manage this over the course of time, so we'd be prepared as best as possible for the future investments that we need for Power with a Purpose and to keep and maintain our ongoing operations at the utility. I would highlight that at the end of this year, we celebrated our lowest average capital cost, which was 2.757%, not to get too in the weeds on the percentile, but again, that's the lowest that we've enjoyed in 30 years. So a great opportunity, especially with where we're at, with rates going up. Really just a feather in the cap that I'd like to point out to John Thurber, I see you on as well, and the rest of the Treasury team to make that happen. That's a great outcome for the utility and for our customers. Any questions?
There is a question in the chat from Director Williams. Would you like to verbalize that?
Yeah, thanks. We've got the debt ratio over the last several years. Do we have a projection of the future debt ratio as we make investments to meet growing load and a shifting industry?
We're pulling that together currently. We don't have a longer term picture right now. I will highlight a couple of things as we're contemplating this. When we think through our decommissioning that we've got associated with Fort Calhoun, while we will continue to have increased investment that requires funding, ultimately when we get done paying off our decommissioning costs, which will free up roughly $120 million in 2025, that will be helpful in terms of being able to fund some of our future projects. But that's exactly what we're doing right now, is trying to better project what the 5-year will look like for us. I do anticipate that we will see this go up over the next couple of years. And then ultimately that'll be the piece that in terms of a multi-year picture we'll be bringing to the board in the October-November timeframe for your review. But more to come. We'll have a much better picture in that timeframe for you.
Great, thank you.
Good question. Question that's always on my mind as well. All right. All right, when we look at days liquidity, we continue to show a very robust days cash on hand. This includes our unrestricted cash, rate stabilization funds, unrestricted construction funds, unrestricted decommissioning funds, benefit funds, and $125 million a line of credit. Before I talk through it, it's good to get a baseline of what this really is. It's not a measure of dollars, but a measure of days cash on hand. So it's based upon our daily operating expenditures. And it effectively shows if you were to stop getting any revenues today, how long could you pay for operations? And this shows that we could pay up to, really with what we've got on hand right now, up to 9 months with our current cash on hand position. Again, that's not likely to happen by any means, but it's the way that this measure is developed. We've done some internal process or internal assessments regarding what we believe this would need to be, and it comes out to about 100 days. However, when we look at what's required by the agencies to maintain our AA rating, really the lowest you could ever go would be 158 days. And so this is where we try to make sure that we're balancing that out. I will highlight the components of it. When we look at orange, that's really based on our cash and investments that are unrestricted and be able to be accessed as cash. And then as we go to the blue, that's really our lines of credit or liquidity and our access to credit and our ability to draw upon those. Those are really low cost for us. They provide us the option to access those when needed. And they ultimately provide us with it's a lower cost than actually having to go collect additional cash from our ratepayers to increase our cash position. So it's a better alternative for everyone involved, low cost, and it doesn't impact rates. I will note that we did increase our line of credit in 2021 coming out of the polar vortex in May. We added $200 million of total additional line of credit with Wells Fargo. But again, as I look at this, we're in a strong position from a liquidity perspective between both cash and what we've got relative to our lines of credit that could be called upon if needed in the future. Any questions on days liquidity?
Jeff, you said rating agencies are looking for 150 days. Is that right? Give or take? Yeah.
Great question, right? We're substantially above that, right? And so,
right. So, yeah, sorry. My question then is that only related to our actual days cash on hand, or does that incorporate the additional liquidity from the line of credit? Which number are they looking at?
It incorporates both.
Both?
And again, that's the lowest level we would expect to maintain for AA rating. When you look at the rating methodology, it's a matrix, so you've got the ability to notch or plus or minus on some of these, but in general, that's what the AA rating is 150 days.
You just draw the line for us to between line of credit and I would say outstanding accounts receivable. I feel like they're probably related. Do you want to make a connection there for us?
Yeah, the outstanding accounts receivable would really be what we're waiting to collect upon from our customers. The line of credit is specifically with a financial institution where we can call upon that at any point in time to access that credit. Depending upon, we have the option to exercise that. I don't know, John, do you want to talk in any more detail or regarding anything relative to customer arrears versus line of credit?
Yeah, I would just add, Jeff, that we kind of consider them to be different purpose. Obviously, our line of credit is really there to kind of support us in the case that we do run out of cash. I do want to make just one correction, Jeff. The 150 days really is cash. The liquidity, the matrix that the rating agencies look at is really tied just to cash on the 150 day level. The liquidity is beyond that point. And so there might ask a question, well, why are we above 150 days? Why do we continue to be above? One of our triggers for issuing debt to help replenish cash is when we drop to 150 days. And so you can see we'll drop to about 150 days later this year, and it'll trigger a bond issue, and that'll help replenish it. And that's why you see at year end, these amounts are typically above 150 days because we've had a bond issue to help us replenish our cash. Sorry if I provided any confusion about that earlier with you, Jeff.
No, great point of clarity. We want to get it right. I appreciate you speaking up.
Good with your question, Director Bogner? Thank you, folks.
Thank you, John. All right, Mo, can we go on to the next slide? All right, so next we've got the measure of competitive retail rates. And this is really comparing our competitive position versus the regional average. I want to highlight that this is in the eye of the investor, not the customer. The customer perspective we'll be talking about next month with our ST2 monitoring report on affordability. So it's an important lens or view by which to differentiate. You know, we continue to be below the regional west north central average. We're projected currently to be at a little bit over 9% under. That's being updated currently. We're getting updated EIA data. But again, this shows that in terms of our competitiveness over the course of time, that we continue to be below the average. And I'll correct my point, it was 8.9%. But again, this reflects where we're at from a competitive perspective over the course of time. An important piece as investors look at us, they want to make sure in the agencies that the investors will also see us in a competitive position that wouldn't be credit limiting. And so that's what this measure helps us with. Any questions before we move on?
Don't see any.
All right. A lot of activity on this slide.
Director Williams.
I'm sorry, that went quickly. On the last slide related to the retail rates, we have, can you remind us of the calculation methodology for this presentation of the retail rates? We have seen other numbers in other places, and you mentioned this is viewed as an investor, not viewed by the customer. Can you remind us what are the top and bottom portions of the calculation for the OPPD and regional rates here?
Yeah, this is simply gathering the data relative to the West North Central benchmark, coming up with what the regional cents per kilowatt hour average is. We then compare that against our rate, which is developed, which is the next line down, and we come up with the percentage difference. This will be similar to what we're going to review next month, but with a different lens relative to customer versus investor.
Yeah, sorry, let me clarify. We've seen numbers something like 11 or 11.5 cents in other reportings that include just total expenses relative to total revenue, something like that. And so can you, I know that there are different calculation methodologies for EIA and other places. What was the calculation methodology that led to the 9.04 here? Is this blended across all three sectors? Is this, you know, is it total revenue, total expense? Can you help me understand what are the numbers that go into the calculation that we do for ourselves?
I'm going to double check and call a friend on that, but I believe it would be our total revenues divided by our total retail sales.
Yes, yeah, so total retail revenues divided by total kilowatt hours, retail kilowatt hours sold. The reason we do this, and I think this is, we've explained this in the past, is all utilities have different specific rate methodologies or you know, fees, etc. And so it becomes really hard to compare the kilowatt hours that we have listed in our rate manual versus some other utility because the bill itself is different. So a way to compare and benchmark these utilities is you divide all of the retail revenues by all of the kilowatt hours sold in a period of time, and that standardizes the way we compare utilities. That's a great question, Director Williams.
Great, thank you. And like I said, I know we've talked about this in the past, but I think it's important that people understand that because 9.04 does not appear on any of the rate tables specifically in any of the three classes. And so how we arrived at that number is really important for directors and for the public to understand. Thank you for the background information.
Thank you
for the question.
Great question.
I don't see any other questions.
All right. So we've achieved the AA rating. So we've got AA2 for very strong credit rating in terms of AA2 from Moody's and AA from Standard & Poor's. Again, we meet with the agencies routinely to, as it relates to just periodic updates, but then also anytime, obviously, we're going to be doing any type of financial transaction. Do really want to call out the work that the Treasury team, John Thurber, John Petroulis, and their team put into ensuring that we maintain that relationship and that we're continuing to achieve these metrics. And so, again, just a thank you for all their ongoing work that they do behind the scenes. And again, we're projecting for 2022 that we will maintain that AA rating as we move forward.
Thank you, Director Bogner.
So certainly, the credit rating agencies look at a variety of things, and we've talked about some of those today. I guess what elements could potentially cause a rating agency to downgrade us? And we've talked a little bit about rate competitiveness and things like that. But how closely do they look at like the mix of revenue and like what the customer class mix is? Help us understand that.
Yeah, that is one of the areas they look at is concentration risk. Obviously, you know, an important piece is you're looking at what exposure would exist for utility if they were too heavily concentrated in a specific handful of customers. There's been a good dialogue about this recently. You know, when you look at our top 10 customers as a percentage of revenues, it's grown from 11% to 13%. I will highlight what I had experienced at Grant County PUD, where we had a very high degree of concentration. Our top 10 customers composed 39% of our operating revenue, so a very high level of concentration. But again, we were still able to maintain the AA rating. So it's a factor that comes in, but there's many factors, and I think we're very well positioned as we stand today relative to our concentration risk. But it's an important piece that we want to stay on top of and monitor along with the other items that they include in our rating matrix. One item that's come up more recently has been Moody's and their work regarding ESG ratings. We're actually back in New York, and they had let us know that they'd be moving forward with giving us a rating. We did receive that in the late April timeframe. We're still working through that. We're going to meet with Clifford Kim and the team there to walk through how they've looked at us and specifically what that means to us. But it's a relatively good outcome. There's a ranking of 1 through 5 that you can get on your ESG credit impact score, and we came in at 2, which is titled neutral to low. And so the overall consideration of having a neutral to low impact on credit rating is that we won't see an impact associated with our ESG score, whereas if we were potentially a 5, you would potentially see an impact relative to your credit rating as a result of your stance on ESG. Again, that's environmental, social, and governance. And we've got more information. We're happy to share it. We're still going through that with Moody's, but I think we're very happy with the rating that we've achieved today. We're going to go into that in more detail. But I thought to highlight that as something that's been an item I think that's top of mind oftentimes for investors, and it's continued to be a focus in the marketplace. I don't know, John, if you want to provide anything more that you guys, more of the work you guys are doing on ESG.
Well, Jeff, I would just add that I believe that rating is still a draft rating, subject to any final review. And so just for the board's notice that it is not a final published rating. And so once we do get a final published rating, we will share that with you in the future. So just to reiterate, that was what I would say is a draft rating at this point. But thank you, Jeff. No, I think we look forward to hearing from our analyst at Moody's about more of the rating and how they came up with that number here in the next week.
I have 2 follow-ups. So with regard to, like, you gave kind of the example of your former company having a much higher concentration. Is there a ceiling that we are mindful of? You said 39% at Grant PUD. Is that commensurate with maybe what an OPPD ceiling would be for concentration before our credit rating becomes impacted by that customer concentration, or is there another number that we should have in our minds?
Yeah, it's an interesting piece because there's, as folks are aware, a number of critical metrics that they look at, and they have sub variants that they look at in terms of how they weight the outcome. So it's not, I should clarify as it relates to grant PUD, there's other elements that come into play as well, right? So what does their portfolio look like relative to carbon? What is their price level? There's a whole host of things that come into play. So I wouldn't want us to walk away that 39% is where we will start to get in the red zone. But I do feel that as we look at the concentration risk as it stands today, especially as a percentage of total operating revenues, it's not a major concern that I've got at this point in time, being at roughly 13% in 2021. So I think we've got quite a bit of room from that perspective in the future to continue to where that could adjust over the course of time and increase and not impact our credit rating.
Okay. At some point, I would like to understand what that threshold feels like it should be, like when you would be uncomfortable with it. Are we looking at a 20%? I know you don't have that today, so I would be interested in having that number in mind in the future. So, and then with regard to the ESG draft rating, once they do publish a formal rating, will they provide some sort of rubric or feedback on how we measure up in the different categories and like what elements they have scored us well in and other elements that maybe could be a room for improvement?
They'll have an overall framework that they utilize, framework document that they broadly use for all creditors that are credits that they're analyzing, and then they'll give us a specific report on how we fare compared to that overall framework. So we'll have both, and we'll be able to provide that to the board.
Okay, thanks.
Good question.
I'm complete.
Thank you for that, Director Bogner. I have a follow-up on the ESG as well. So Moody's offered to do that. My understanding, and help me where I'm wrong here, is that the business model for the credit rating agencies is that we pay them for the service of assessing how we are as a credit risk. So for them to have a new thing to rate, is that something that we sought out and secured, or did they? Do you understand my question?
I do, yes. It's been something they've talked about for a period of time now on the fact that they would be developing this. I will say I was a little surprised when we were there and they said, hey, we've got it done and we've assessed you. We're going to give you that here shortly. So it was on more of an accelerated time frame than we had thought, but we knew that ultimately Moody's would be coming forward with something that's been talked about for a while. Similarly, when we talked with S&P, they're asking a similar question about ESG as well. So
let me just quick, Jeff, to address Director Yoder's question. The model works in that we pay to get a rating. The rating means nothing for us. We pay really to get a rating because that's a way for us to access the market. Moody's, it's called Moody's Investor Service. It is a service for investors. Investors are the ones who consume the rating reports. We pay them as a way to access those investors and get investors to buy our bonds. So any new developments that the rating agencies do, in this case ESG, is driven by the investor community, the investment community asking, hey, we want to know more about these. This is something that we would like to know more as we make decisions to invest in our bonds. So we react and we work with rating agencies, but that's the way it works. We don't get to say what we should be rated on. It's really those who are ultimately buying our bonds, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarity. What sparked my question was, as I was poking around on the S&P site, I thought they had a separate document for ESG, and so I didn't know whether that was something we asked them to do. And so when Moody's, volunteered us, then it just yeah, you've answered my question, and that was the reason that I asked the question. I have a second question, about our credit rating. So is on the heels of your Moody's investment service, are the credit rating agencies for all those that they rate publicly available, or do I have to pay something to Moody's or S&P to get that? And I see you nodding your head. I'd have to pay. Gotcha. All right. Any other questions at this point? Okay, Mr. Bishop.
There we go. Sorry. All right. So here would be the recommendation for the Finance Committee that they've reviewed, accepted the monitoring report for SD3, and recommends that the board finds OPPD to be sufficiently in compliance with the board policy SD3. That would be what would be in front of the board coming up on Thursday. Mo, if we go to the next slide. I believe this is a newer slide where we're looking for any additional reflections from the board on the SD3 monitoring report that we've got in front of us.
Right. And we had some conversation in Finance Committee about this, kind of to prep that, available to the Finance Committee and by extension to the rest of the board, but to the Finance Committee for the Finance Committee meeting, were the criteria that S&P and Moody's and even Fitch has for their for doing their credit rating for public utilities. So so along that line and using some previous discussions, I'll just spur this discussion a little bit out of Finance Committee last year. There's a notion that we might want to move the West North Central language that's currently in SD2 into SD3 because it is intended, I think, not to be a representation of how customers view affordability, but how the price for the energy sold is represented to the credit rating agencies. So that's one possibility. And I don't know how people feel about that, but that was one thing. And just Scott, help me out here. If there were to be nods, well, that's something to think about. Would we move that on to the board work plan if there were nods there?
I think right now it would be important to get some general feedback and then bring it back to the committee for additional discussion. I think is how I envision that working out. I would like to pause for a brief moment though. The slide before, we skimmed right over it, was really intended to pause, which was on compliance and really, the notion of the board being generally okay with finding that the organization is sufficiently in compliance with the policy as stated. And I think that's an important moment to pause and to recognize the work, which I think could happen during board meeting. So I did just want to pause there for a moment before shifting. I think.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you very much for giving us a moment to reflect. The Finance Committee did discuss this and accepted the monitoring report. So other board members, I see Eric has a hand up.
I'm sorry, my hand was up for the next slide, but I agree with the recommendation from the committee. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I just do that as we get into this new routine. I think it's going to be important. So I wanted to pause there for that moment. Thank you, Director Yoder.
And again, I appreciate taking the moment to reflect. Moving on to the next slide, then, if you will, Mo. Director Williams, I anticipate you have a question.
Yeah, you mentioned consideration of the regional comparison language being incorporated. Can you clarify? You mean the language from SD2 related to rates being added to SD3? Was that the area where you were looking for input?
Yes. So the thought was this came out of last year's Finance Committee and in discussion with members even prior to CFO Bishop being part of the team, but members of his team, that the language that OPPD compares itself with West North Central for the effective price, which we just saw in previous slides here, and you were asking about. And yes, so that is that better suited in SD3? Go ahead.
In SD3 in place of SD2 or in addition to SD2?
In place of. SD2, here's what I'm anticipating in the discussions that we've had and what we will be having in the rate design project, that we will find a benchmark that is more aligned with how customers see their rates than how credit rating agencies see the effective price. And therefore there is a red line already of how customers see their rates and how that would be used instead of the West North Central for SD2. So do we still want to put something in SD3?
Yeah, and from my question earlier about the methodology by which we calculated the cost per kilowatt hour, I do think that there is some validity to the separation between how customers see the rates and how investors see the rates, which CFO Bishop did highlight that this was information that we intend to provide to investors, it's the same information, but it is intended in this fashion to be presented to investors about our competitiveness in the region. It is not necessarily intended to be presented to the customer about how rates impact customers. And so, Rick, I think your point about understanding calculations of the comparisons for our rates relative to the customer and relative to an investor, I do think there's some validity to a consideration of the separation there. And so perhaps in SD3, since this is discussing how we present information for credit rating agencies to provide our review to potential investors, then yes, if we are looking to present information about competitiveness there, and we intend to present that as competitive to the West North Central region, then perhaps that language in SD3 would make sense. And if it is changed in SD2 based on how customers interpret that seems like it would also make sense to me. And I realize that's a much more complicated discussion between two strategic directives, and for which we are about to have many hours of comprehensive board work. But I do think that your point about that is a good one, and I would be interested to hear more about that.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'll also note that in Finance Committee, one of the other directors was supportive of the change of moving it. But for the moment, I see Director Bogner has her hand up.
Yeah, so our SD3 language already speaks to a competitive position, and so I think I don't know if having a directional target in the same way that we have in SD2, if we were to revise SD3 to be something like, directionally targeted 20% below the regional average, almost scraping that same language away from SD2 and putting it in 3. If that means competitive advantage, or competitive position, I feel like there's probably a different definition that a rating agency probably thinks about with regard to competitive position. So I would really want to understand in very clear terms, what does a rating agency look for when they're trying to assess our competitive position? I would be open to adding some more clarity to SD3 to get to that point, but I don't see right now that competitive position equals a directional target of 20% below our regional average. That line hasn't been drawn for me yet.
Thank you for providing some better understanding for me. CFO Bishop, did you put your hand down?
I did. I thought you were calling on me.
Oh yeah, CFO Bishop, and then Director Moody.
And I don't want to jump in front of Director Moody either.
Okay, Director Moody.
No, I just dropped it in the chat. Amanda hit it for me. Echo what she said.
Gotcha. Thank you. I see it there. Okay. CFO Bishop?
Yeah, I mean, I think as we think through this, I think Director Williams did a nice job of framing it up relative to what outcome we're after. If we're looking at affordability, specifically internal to the board and the utility and our customers, that would be obviously addressed with SD2. SD3 and what we take out to the marketplace, specifically the agencies and investors, we've been taking this same metric for extended period of time. John, I might tap into you, maybe 15 years we've been comparing against the West North Central. So I would need to think through from a credit perspective what we're after in terms of what we want to take to the marketplace and what we're expecting the outcome to be before we would think through modifying this. Obviously, the board's got its full fruition or discretion on what it wants to do here. But I would hope that it would align with what we're planning to take out, what management's trying to take out to the marketplace and put us in the most competitive position relative to how our investors in the market would see us. So that would be something I would ask that we think through as we look at aligning what we're planning to take out to the marketplace and what the board is looking to measure this this monitoring report in this area for us as a utility.
Good insight, good comments. Thanks. Director Moody, you have further comment questions?
Yeah, I'll just piggyback onto that, and I guess I would ask I want to make sure the juice is worth the squeeze here. And if we're going to shift anything, I don't want to go through a bunch of analysis and examination if it's not providing any different direction or clarity for where we're headed. If it's for all intents and purposes, if it's not going to result in any meaningful change, then I would advocate that we leave it as is.
Director Bogner, are you complete? Yeah. Okay, Director Bogner.
This is why I asked about the rubric related to ESG. I am curious of how the social category does get defined by credit agencies regarding like social impact, and I would think that that relates to customer rates. There might be something there, but to your point, Director Moody, is there something broken here that we're trying to fix? So I think that, I would definitely like to just pause on this for myself right now before, and see what that ESG rubric looks like, because I do think that maybe there'll be some elements out of that highlight areas for improvement. I think we're doing a great job here. I think that it's really important for us to understand where room for improvement exists, and then also where changes in our community and our system potentially present us issues so that we can mitigate them, or risks that we can mitigate into the future, which is also why I was asking about the concentration of customers before as well. So I think it's great that we're doing great right now. I think that we want to make sure that we're also looking out into the future and understanding how our industry is changing and how that potentially affects our credit worthiness well into the future. And if we can mitigate anything, we do that. So.
Yeah, I do appreciate the comment. So I'll just share my thinking on this a little bit more. To be clear, I think the West North Central has had like 2 decades of reporting to the credit rating agencies. And so I wanted to be respectful of that. I saw the movement from SD2 to SD3 as more of a technical change than anything. So is the juice worth the squeeze? It's moving it from one paragraph to another, or one SD to another, but it still is retained and is still helpful and removes any uncertainty, which for me it held as it's an effective price. It's not a rate, and it's not how customers see rates, which is what I think SD2 needs to be. As for other criteria, you can see in the existing Standard & Poor's or Moody's, there are metrics that are, at least in Standard & Poor's, that talk about the median household effective buying income. So MHHEBI, boy, there's a good TLA for you. The that talks about what the real impact is for affordability. So there are many metrics we could be using that credit agencies are using that I think might be better placed in SD2. So that's where I am on this. But I'm also at the point where I'm not going to press it any further. I think we've certainly had a good discussion, which is the whole point here. Thank you, Scott. I see Director Spurgeon wants to jump in here. Hey, Mary, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Yeah, there we are. We have two different topics here, I think. One is this new thing, ESG, that's come up, but we have talked for a long time about the 20% below West North Central regional average and all that. And I think the point is really think about that's the one I want to talk about or address. I think this is a housekeeping item. It's in the wrong SD. Has nothing to do with our rates. It has everything to do with the credit rating, which I think has just been emphasized in CFO Bishop's reporting. So it's like it's in the wrong cupboard, so to speak. So I guess I'm not very concerned about it moving to SD3, access to credit markets, because that's what it's dealing with, and that may help just get some of the cobwebs out of the way as we start to work on this rates project. So that's my contribution. Thank you.
Great contribution. Thank you. Well, this is all in Finance Committee. I appreciate the input, and we will take the comments, and it'll be on our agenda for June. What's next? Do we have anything next?
I think
Don't
you're
have any.
done.
We're complete. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I very much appreciate that discussion. And as we flex these new muscles of how we monitor and confirm compliance, and then also look to the future, I thought that was a really good model of how that can unfold. So right now, our agenda actually has us breaking for lunch, but we are a little early. So I would like to move into Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee. Let's target to get through the first two items, and then we'll see where the clock stands, and we might break for lunch at that point. So I'm going to turn it over to Director Williams.
Great, thanks very much. I expect all the items today are relatively straightforward, so let's see how it goes. First is the chair's report, and so I believe everyone can see on the screen the agenda from the Systems Committee meeting. We did talk about Nebraska City Unit 2 Economizer, which will come up here in just a little while. We talked about the 69 kV power cable. That will also come up here on the agenda in a little while. The committee did also talk about the ongoing work on strategic directive updates that are the responsibility of the Systems Committee, specifically the work on SD9 related to resource planning. That's been the first priority. And so staff is developing an updated draft of new language for Strategic Directive 9 to be provided back to the committee. We are anticipating that to be presented in June. There was a slight change in staff availability that meant rather than that information in May, we're now moving that to June, leaving availability for other strategic directive work by other committees. Additionally, we talked about the next priority being Strategic Directive 4 about reliability and how SD9 and SD4 are quite closely related, and both related to external policy updates being done at federal and other regulatory agencies. And so we want to make sure that we keep a focus on that and that we are updating policy as we look forward toward the changing industry, electric utility industry, and that we are continuing to provide guidance, that the board policy provides guidance to staff on the expectations of how we will meet our mission to our customers. And SD9 and 4 are pretty closely connected there. Additionally, we did also talk about, and I have received comments from directors about an interest in prioritizing an update to Strategic Directive 7 specifically with interim metrics related to accelerated decarbonization. And so we've talked about how 9 and 4 and 7 are being prioritized within the Systems Committee, and where we're looking on that policy work over the coming months. So the Systems Committee will continue to look at that policy work and make sure that we are partnering with staff on their availability and looking at prioritization for policy updates. If anyone has any comments about any of those policies, feel free to share them. You can reach out either now if you have any thoughts, or later would probably be best. But those are the policies that we have talked about in the past and that we anticipate work in June and the coming months. The next item on the Systems Committee meeting discussion was the Independent Decarbonization Oversight Committee. The Systems Committee had talked about the IDOC report, which the board has reviewed and which does contain some competitively sensitive and proprietary information. And the Systems Committee asked staff to develop an executive summary of the information from the IDOC report, which was an external third-party industry professional review of the decarbonization plan, which was concluded at the end of 2021. So the executive summary of the information from the IDOC report has been posted to OPPD Community Connect on the decarb page. And if anyone is interested in the review of the information contained in that report, they can find that executive summary on the OPPD Community Connect page. And that talks about, again, that third-party external review of the decarbonization planning work that we have done. There's not really any specific actions there, but because we did go through the effort of developing the IDOC model, seeking very qualified industry professionals to help with that review and review that report internally, we wanted to make sure that others understood the process that was used there and had access to some of the summary type of information from that process. So those were the items that were on the Systems Committee agenda. A few of them, as I said, moved to action items here today. I think that that covers everything for the chair's report. I don't see any hands or comments or questions at this time, but if you do have any or would like to discuss in any more detail, either the future policy work or have any questions about the IDOC executive summary, please feel free to reach out. And so with that, I think we can move to the first expected action item today. And I will pass that over to Troy to talk about Nebraska City Unit Number 2.
Thank you, Director Williams. So for this first item, we are seeking approval for a materials contract to replace an Economizer section in the Nebraska City Unit 2 boiler. And so this section is responsible for the preheating of the water. Kind of think about it as large radiator tubes that carry that water. And, these type of sections, all the tubes within the boiler is super important to maintain the reliability of the units. When we have issues with those, the units have to come offline to be prepared. And this particular section that we're talking about, it's about a 8 by 18 foot area for perspective. As we've reviewed the tubing in recent years, we've identified a need to replace a section because of some degradation we've seen. I would characterize it's pretty normal to see wear and tear on tubes. They go through a lot of expansion and contraction through the normal generation process, so that's not out of the realm of the norm. I will say that these tubes have been in place for 13 years, and we usually like to see a time frame of closer to 20 years of life. But in this particular case, this section needs to be replaced because of some degradation we've seen. The RFP focuses on design, supply, and the fabrication of the tubing. And we actually received 6 bids from 4 different bidders. So a couple of the bidders provided 2 different proposals with some small changes. 4 of the bids were deemed to be legally non-responsive. And so we usually like to see a little more get past that stage, but it doesn't necessarily surprise us with what we're seeing in the market. Cost and schedule adjustments continue to be reasons for those exceptions that vendors are trying to take. Fortunately, we still had a very competitive set of bids to review. These tubes have a long lead time, so it takes quite a while to procure them, for them to be constructed. And the contract for installation of these tube assemblies will be coming later, so it'll be separate. The proposal from the Boiler Tube Company of America was evaluated to be the lowest and best bid, And we have used this company before for boiler replacements, specifically on our Nebraska City unit, had very good outcomes from those. And they manufacture these in South Carolina. Well, what's kind of interesting is all respondents, so these days, are using materials that come from outside the country, which you generally try to avoid whenever possible, but in the state of things, that's what we saw from respondents. So with that being said, we are looking for approval of this contract to move forward, and I will open it up for questions.
Typed question from Director Yoder. Did you want to ask that out loud, Rick?
Sure, that's fine. I'm sorry, Troy, I missed it. How long lived are these tubes versus, did you say 20 years was what you desire?
Yeah, we'd like to see 13, or excuse me, we've seen 13 years. We'd like to see at least 20. So we saw a little degradation. Numerous things can contribute to that. And obviously when we get in and we start digging around more, we'll have a little more information. But there could have potentially been some issues with the manufacturing process in the beginning, or in boilers specifically, if you have differentials in temperatures in different locations, sometimes that can cause additional stress. So that could be due to airflow, it could be due to insulation, things of that nature. So, as we get in and we do the work, we'll obviously be spending some time really understanding what potentially could have drove that difference in time period. But 13 years is what we've seen for these tubes.
So follow up then. So that's an aggressive environment they're in, right? I mean, but I do appreciate you doing, I guess, postmortem on where the wear comes from. So we had a tube replacement at the other unit just a few years ago. Is that right?
I believe we had some tubes replaced at Nebraska City 2 in a different section in 2021. And then North Omaha or Nebraska City 1 has had some tubes replaced. It's pretty normal to see that with coal units. I mean, that's a section that water temperatures, steam temperatures expand and contract. So you have metal that's moving. So it's not abnormal to see replacements of sections as they wear and tear.
Yeah, and then this is just from my understanding, I guess the public's understanding too, then that replacement happens relative to times when we hope there's not a big demand. So in the shoulder seasons, is that what we usually try to do on that?
As long as we can wait, yes. So if there's something emergent, like if you have a failure during real-time operations, then usually you have to bring the unit down within a day or two to make some repairs. In this particular case, we'll look for something in the shoulder months where demand is low to take the unit offline and perform the work. And generally speaking, we try to bundle work when we do that to make it as optimal as possible. So whatever preventative maintenance we may see the need to perform during that time period.
Yep. Well, it's just a good reminder that these are machines, and machines wear out, and so you don't get 100% reliability out of any one machine for the life of the machine. Thanks.
Troy, in the committee, we talked about the different sections of tubing. I don't know if there is a simple description. This is listed as the Economizer upper bank, but there are, several sections? Can you clarify for non-systems committee members kind of how many different sections of tubing there are?
I will have to phone a friend on that. It's a little more technical than my background, but we have Scott Edom on the phone who can help. I will say that there is this would be considered a small section compared to the totality of the system, but I'll let Scott speak to that.
Yeah, Director Williams, great question. There are multiple sections in the boiler, and there are several sections of the economizer. And as Troy alluded to, this section of tubing takes credit for some of the hot gases to help preheat and improve the overall efficiency of the cycle. The other section we talked about, replacement in spring of 2021, was the reheater section. So again, there are multiple sections within the boiler, and each each portion of tubing does perform a very specific function thermodynamically, but again, it is as part of the overall process. And this is the upper bank portion, so just a part of the economizer section of the boiler.
Great, thank you. From Director Yoder's question about tube replacements, the separation of different sections is kind of what I was looking to make sure we're clear on. And then you did have a more specific answer about the timeline and the schedule for the replacements. Can you clarify that as well?
Yes, so this will be planned during a spring 2023 planned outage. So if we have a tube failure, as Troy alluded to, we'll have to bring the unit down and repair that, and that takes several days normally, but this will be an extensive several week replacement. So that will be as part of the spring 2023 outage. And again, we have to get the materials ordered because of the long lead time to allow delivery in the spring prior to that planned outage.
Great, thank you. And that leads to one more question. Troy, from your description, you mentioned this is for the design, supply, and fabrication of the tubing, but this is not the installation. Is the installation conducted by OPPD staff directly during spring of 2023? Is that correct?
I'll let Scott answer that.
Yeah, Director Williams, what we have in the past, due to the scope of these tubing replacements in both any of the coal units, as well as some of the very specialized welding qualifications, we have awarded those contracts to external specialist vendors. So we will likely do that, and we'll bring that contract award to the board later this year to award that installation contract.
I think it's important to note that other work gets performed during this time, and our OPPD employees will be working on those other pieces and parts. And so it's normal to have certain job functions that we use outside services with, because again, we try to limit the window of time that the unit's unavailable and get as much work done on the unit during the smallest window of time possible.
Great, I appreciate that, but highlighting that there will be an additional item related to this same repair project, I think is helpful for us looking forward. And then lastly, this was a straightforward RFP, and we received a bid, and we recommend award of that bid. So although we have done several items over recent months that were outside of the standard policy, this is just the straightforward RFP select award, correct?
Yes, which we're happy about.
Great. Agreed. Wanted to clarify that because so frequently we have had alternate presented methods for the work to be completed. So I don't see any other hands, comments, questions at this time. I appreciate the additional technical clarification about what's occurring now and where we're going forward. So I think we can move this forward as an action item on Thursday. It doesn't look like we have any concerns about this. With that, we have an additional action item for what's listed as the 69 kV power cable. There we go. And Troy, if you want to go ahead and highlight that, that would be great as well.
Absolutely. So this is one of those items that you highlighted in your last statement that's a little different. And what we're going to be asking for here is the ability of management to negotiate and enter into a contract or contracts, depending on what we find the need for the procurement and installation of the 69 kV underground cable. And basically, this is for a customer-specific request. We have a large customer in our kind of central downtown area who's looking to expand, a very urban area. So taking some of the overhead, putting it underground, and then including changes to it while they do their other modifications makes a lot of sense from their standpoint at this time. So again, the customer is requesting the relocation, and all costs associated with this will be paid and reimbursed fully by the customer because it is at their request. And I will say, we don't have a lot of underground transmission level cable, and I want to highlight that. We have a ton of distribution, but we don't have a lot of transmission level for many reasons within our service territory. So the level of complexity from a system standpoint, requirement standpoint for this type of cable is pretty significant. And so where for distribution, it's really easy for us to just go out and order some basic stuff and install it. It takes a lot more collaboration and coordination with the manufacturers on specs and things and design parameters and things of that nature. And with that, you also have to have specialty contractors who have and continue to work with underground transmission level cable to install this. And generally, the manufacturers require some kind of oversight of the installation, again, due to the complexity of the cable itself. And so, in addition to that, I think it's good for me to point out that as we've talked about many times, the market today for certain equipment is a bit challenged. With supply chain issues, inflation, volatile commodity prices, things of that nature. We still see some areas of where we have to put a little more effort, I think, than where we have historically, and requires us to think about the procurement a little different. In this case, the power cable manufacturers have been reluctant to commit to delivery schedules or proposed pricing beyond a week, 2 to 4 weeks, from anywhere from a week to 4 weeks, which makes it very difficult to go through our standard process here for sealed bid. And again, that has to do with a number of things going on in the market, specifically the volatility around prices and work availability. So with that case, our engineers are asking and requesting that we're able to go out, perform the negotiation, and complete the contract with that with the appropriate vendors. And our supply chain management group and legal's been involved with this as we've walked through it, and will continue to be front stage and center as we try to negotiate the contract, excuse me. And with that, I will open it up to any questions that you may have.
Great. So Troy, I think it's important to highlight that, as you said, this was per customer request, and all costs associated will be reimbursed by the customer. So the methodology of negotiation for the contract has been made clear to the customer, and they understand the process that we will use to accomplish the work. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, absolutely.
Great, thank you. And then in Systems Committee, we talked a little bit about this type of an asset. This is not an asset that is specific to any individual customer. This is an OPPD asset that is located with property rights on a location where the customer has asked us to move it from above ground to underground. So it will remain our assets in the future, but the relocation costs are at the customer request. So we will continue to have this asset, and it is important to our system. The only reason that we're making this change is per that request, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, so that's a little bit of a complicated situation. I don't think we've done that at any time over the last few years, but just clarifying why it is that this is occurring, the process that will occur, and then the financial implications. So I don't see any hands, comments, questions about this, but I guess if anyone has anything, feel free to jump in. Otherwise, I think we can move forward. Move forward to the next item, and assume that is also an action item for Thursday to authorize the negotiation for that equipment relocation. So this is the Nuclear Oversight Committee report, and Tim Ewing's name is on here. Tim, are you there to give us this report?
I am here. Good morning. In a slight deviation from previous months, I do not have pictures to go with this month's report, but to foreshadow, I do expect to come with some photographic evidence of the physical changes on site next month, so you can look forward to that. But in addition to the safe and secure dry fuel storage, which we focus on each and every day, the project is still going well. Our reactor vessel internal segmentation effort is continuing to advance. We've got about 40% of the cuts complete on that project already. Now, we have had some equipment issues that have slowed the shipping portion of that, but it takes longer to cut than it does to ship. So despite that shipping issue, the project is on track to be completed by the end of the year still. Which does take us to the next item as we look to finishing up the internal segmentation progress. Then we're going to start into the segmentation of the reactor vessel itself. Over the last month, we had the 2 key vendors that are going to be on site and providing equipment to perform that work. so they can walk down and see for themselves the area they're going to be working in, identify any concerns, to ensure that when that equipment gets here, it's going to work as we intend it to. But as we've talked about in this committee meeting today a couple times already, the supply chain is a risk here as well, and I want to call that out as well. We have some key equipment, some of it which arrives from overseas, some of it comes from the States. We are targeting to get that in early, either at the end of this year or beginning of 2023, to give us a few months of contingency before we actually need to start using it. But just wanted to call that out as a risk that we have in that project. And then the last item on the list today is the removal and recycling of materials from the turbine building. That is on track to be completed within the next month. Once that's complete, then we're going to take down the structure itself, which is basically the shell of the building. And then internal to that will be the reinforced concrete pedestal that was used to hold the turbine. And when we get around to doing that, I'll bring some pictures of that as well, so you can get a feel for just how significant of a structure that is. And so with all that being said, we are still on track for substantial completion by the end of 2025 on budget. And that's the end of my report, pending questions.
Great, thanks very much. Does anyone have any questions, comments, thoughts about the decommissioning process that continues? Okay, I don't see any hands or hear anyone. Tim, thank you for the anticipated presentation of the visual materials next month. We'll look forward to that. That's always very informative, and I appreciate the update today. So with that, I believe the systems committee is complete, and Director or Chair Bogner, go ahead and hand it back over to you for the next item.
All right, thank you. We are going to break for lunch shortly, but we do have some severe weather that's starting to brew in our area. So would we, Javier, would you like someone from your team to provide a safety briefing related to tornadoes?
Yes, thank you, Director Bogner. Just a quick one and maybe a little bit of logistics. We'll provide that now in case something happens in the middle of lunch, and then we'll do that again as we come back from lunch. I'm going to call out, I don't know if Jody Baker is on the line, and if you have that script that you can help us with.
She is not.
Oh.
Go ahead, Kate.
Okay, Thomas, do you have that for us?
Just checking momentarily, so you can go ahead. One moment, I'll be right there.
What we can do, in the meantime, maybe I'll have Kevin McCormick, if you can give us just a quick safety walk down of what to do in case of a tornado warning, seek shelter, and then I'll ask the team to give us a little bit of logistics for how do we rejoin if we have to interrupt the meeting. How do we rejoin?
Yeah, so for tornadoes, if a warning is given, we should take cover in a place. So if you're at home, go to your basement. If you don't have a basement, go to an interior room where you're surrounded by walls. Those at Energy Plaza, I know Troy and Javier down there, you guys will need to go to the garage directly below you and wait for that all cleared before we come back. And so it will disrupt this meeting because we need to listen to those warnings.
Great, thank you. And then Mo or Scott or Brent, can you just give us a little bit of guidance? I know we did this over a year ago. What if we were to disrupt the meeting? Can we all come back and click on the same link and then resume the meeting with the meeting if the meeting for some reason gets interrupted online?
Yes, if the meeting got interrupted online, we would pause. The meeting would have to pause. And we would be technically on a break, and then we would attempt to the best of our abilities to have all the board members and staff rejoin using the same link. And we would see if we would have a quorum.
I concur, that is correct.
Great. So use the same link. If for whatever reason we lose the meeting, we'll try to rejoin as soon as we can, and use the same link that's posted online on OPPD.com. and for all of us internally, the one that is on your calendar. Thank you, Director Bogner. I hope this is all for nothing, but it's always better to be prepared and to have a plan.
Thank you all.
Absolutely. Okay, so now we will break for lunch for about half an hour. So let's see, let's come back at 12:20. Thank you.
Before we all break, Mr. Tim Macri, if I can get a quick mic check from you, I would really appreciate it. Thank you, sir. If you're still there.
Brent, are you able to hear me?
Yes, you sound great. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Super. Thanks, Brent.
Yep, thank you.
Testing 1, 2, 3. I don't know if you're on Mo, but if you are, can you hear me?
Oh, this is Brent. I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm here and ready, willing, and able to read a weather disruption statement when we resume. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
We'll get going again if everyone's back.
We are back, Director Bogner. If I may, we've had a little bit of time to gather the logistical technical script. So I'm gonna, if you're okay, I'll ask Jody Baker to lead us through what would happen if the meeting were to be disconnected. Jody.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you, Javier. Well, we do have thunderstorms in the forecast for today. So with that in mind, we want to let our virtual attendees know that if this all committees meeting must pause due to a severe weather threat, we will do our best to post a notification on our title slide with an anticipated time of when the meeting will resume. Now, we'll try to keep this slide updated as best we can for when and if we have a quorum of directors available and ready to resume our all committees meeting after any potential severe storm threat has passed. Please rejoin through the same link that you used to log in originally. If you're unable to reconnect the first time, please check your internet connection and keep trying. Thanks, Javier.
Thank you, Jody. Back to you, Director Bogner.
All right, thank you. All right, looks like the next item on our agenda is Public Information Committee. I'll turn it over to Director Mulhoff.
Good afternoon. Our PI committee met on Friday, May 13th. The pre-committee meeting received a detailed presentation from management on the status of interconnection of the Power with Purpose natural gas resources and challenges that exist in the Southwest Power Pool and around the country with respect to a significant backlog of interconnection requests. The OPPD team, the plan to mitigate the current situation in order to maintain grid reliability. So that was the first item on the agenda. And then we discussed ST11 and the Legislative and Regulatory Affairs update, which will be following on their own agenda item. We got some good news in the form of product updates from Tim McAravy's team. Heather Sibkin told us about that for demand management, the thermostat program has expanded to small commercial customers and also an expansion in the types of thermostats. And she reported that we have 10,000 accounts participating. Also, she updated us on the Choose Green initiative that offers a small rebate for off-peak charging of EVs, and 50% of the budgeted rebates have been offered already. So that was some points of good news and initiatives that OPPD is offering in some new products. We reviewed the board work plan and summary of committee direction, but for right now, I will turn it over to Lisa, and we have a legislative and regulatory affairs update. And go ahead, Lisa.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Director Mulhoff. I apologize. There is thunder outside and my door is open. So just if you hear it, that's what that is from. So, well, the last time we got together was on April 19th, and the 107th legislature was going to adjourn the following day. So this will be a recap of what took place during this session. It was a long, complicated, energizing, exhausting session, and I know the board members were very supportive and engaged, so we greatly appreciate that. And we'll talk a little bit about the outreach that we've been doing a lot on the local level, especially with our communities, and the wonderful work that the team's doing there. And then also, we don't know what will be happening with if the governor will call a special session, because that will have an impact on the legislative hearings and the schedules for those. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Tim O'Brien. Tim?
Thanks, Lisa. Good afternoon, everyone. Appreciate the background, Lisa, and Lisa couldn't have described it any better. It felt long and a difficult session, but there was a lot of success. And so I want to thank everyone for their engagement, and so many across the district that support in the engagement. It's a privilege of mine to be able to report out on some of the success we've had and some of the things we're still working through, as many of the bills that were implemented will have impacts to the district. For example, some of the work, the water projects, for example, or the lake projects, or some of the infrastructure for the Omaha region as well will provide great opportunities as through those aspects as well. So many things that are underway from that regard. And as Lisa said, our last committee meeting was kind of in an odd place of being close to the end of session. And then the day after was the 20th where we concluded. So I'm going to clip through many of the slides and speak to where we're headed, what we're working on, and some of the topics to come. Mo, if you'd go to the next slide, please. So there's about 4 slides on what has changed, and you'll see several that were signed by the governor around the last time we met, or some topics that were indefinitely postponed, and I'll give you some comments on those if we think they'll be back in the future. On this particular slide, there are several bills that were signed by the governor on the 18th, so the day before our committee meeting. LB 742, this was really to allow electronic posting of agendas for the Open Meeting Act. That was signed by the governor. The next big one on here that we watched closely was LB 908. There was an amendment that corrected the concerns or challenges that OPPD had with that bill, so there's no impact to our operations as we have been proceeding, but that one did get signed and move forward as well. So those are the main 2 I wanted to highlight on that slide. Next slide, if you would please, Mo. This first one is LB 977, and this was related to appropriating $15 million to the Nebraska Site and Building Fund. That's part of the Department of Economic Development, and this was sparked by our coordination and really led by the City of Falls City Economic Development and their utilities seeking to expand electrical capacity to their area. That bill did get signed. The Department of Economic Development is working on the program and policy. Actually, we met with them, their deputy, Falls City, and met with them last week to talk about this further. So DED is still writing their policy and process on how this will move forward. That'll occur over the next couple months. The Department of Economic Development is very busy. They have over $700 million of funds that they are standing up programs and procedures around. So we are very engaged in those aspects as they put the regulations together around those particular items. So a lot more than just 977, but I wanted to highlight some comments of some things that we're watching and being active in to support our communities and our businesses as well. LB 1045 was one that we spent a lot of time talking about. It is indefinitely postponed, so did not move forward. I know there's certainly interest in some of the topics in that bill, which are part of a legislative or interim study that I'll speak of towards the end. So those are the 2 movements on this slide that close out some of the aspects there. If you'd go to the next one, Mo. As this one's coming up, really just one, LB 1102. Lots of amendments and discussion took place on this bill. It provides some authority to the Department of Energy and Environment and was signed by the governor on the 18th. So we're pleased with that outcome on that particular bill. Next slide, there's actually 3 that I'll speak to. LB 1144. This one was related to broadband. There was a lot of amendments signed on to this particular bill. It has things from mapping, speeds, funding for continued infrastructure. And so we're pleased that the conversation of broadband is continuing and that bill did end up moving forward. The last 2 bills are ones that we watched and had discussions on very, very closely with LB 1255 and 1257. They did not move forward, but are certainly topics that we will engage in next session around charging and climate action study. One more slide, Mo, if you would. This is the kind of conclusion slide of bills that we continue to watch and focus on. LB 344, we had, again, lots of discussions on this particular bill. This is related to one call. and it would move some of the authority to the fire marshal, and just got a lot of attention. It'll be a topic for the legislative session in 2023, as it has been over the past several sessions. So wanted to highlight that. And then two, that OPPD has been very active in, and these were our ideas, frankly. LB 460 was around utilizing our fiber assets to help deployment of broadband in the region. And the last one was LB 512 that unfortunately did not move forward, to clarify our critical workers in need of an emergency or pandemic situation. Those are likely similar topics that we'll look forward in 2023 as well. So that concludes where the work went. The next couple slides are interim studies that will begin. And the way this works, just for background, is a senator will enter a topic or idea that they have interest or their committee has interest in, and then it gets moved to a committee, and the committee chair has discretion to work through how the committee might engage on these particular topics of interest. And this could result in a hearing, it could result in a formal report, or a lot of times nothing really occurs. And so the main one we're watching is LR 355, around all of the statutes and oversight for our organization, or all public power in the state. Hearings typically don't start until August, and they go up until December. And we have been working and thinking about what this might look like with the Nebraska Power Association and some of our internal teams, including Steve Bruckner as well. So things are watching that one closely, and then several other topics that remain of interest to us as well. So there's the list for board members and for the public that we wanted to provide studies that we are continuing to watch for. So now what's next? There's a lot that's what's next. So we're about 20 days since the session closed. Folks took a breath, and now they're ready to jump into work. So we're doing mini one-on-ones and starting facility tours, working with the Nebraska Power Association, and actually an event that they'll have later in the coming months. And then elections. And so we are very busy in the education and relationship side of things. And so the legislature has, of the 49 seats, 24 are up for election, 13 seats are open, 11 of those are incumbents. And then with a couple senators, there's potential appointments. Senator Hilgers or Flood move forward in their elections. There's appointments there. So there is quite a changeover potentially in the body. And so there's a lot of education that we'll do for candidates that would like to speak with us and the NPA. So that's a big part of what we're doing in the interim. Similarly with local officials, there's a lot of local races that are important for us to build relationships. So we are very, very busy in the interim. I'll pause there, Lisa, to see if you have any other comments, and we'll talk locally on a slide, then one federally.
Great. Thank you so much for that. I do want to add, because many of what Tim said, the education part of it, with term limits and seats turning over, the education never ends. And in the past several years, we were able to educate people, and then they were in their seat for quite a while. So that's taken probably 80% of our time. Love the challenge. And it's one of those that we're more involved in education way before they even get into office. So it's constant. I do want to pause here just because it was a very busy session. And I want to thank Seth Voiles, along with being on the front lines for us at OPPD. He also chaired the MPA Legislative Committee. And then, of course, Kelly Fleming, Michaela Valentine, and then Tim O'Brien was there all the way along and helping to guide that. But this is a team sport. So we had subject matter experts that were part of this, as well as Chair Bogner was able to share in some of the fun, as well as Javier. So just wanted to say thank you, because it is a team sport, but we keep things moving forward. Back to you, Tim.
Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that. And I made one error. 1255, actually funding went into another bill. I think it was 1104. So there is funding for the action study. So I apologize for that. And Lisa, I appreciate the shout outs for our team. And we did add a new person, David Dover, to our team in the last year as well. So we are definitely at full strength for the needs of our policy statements or our policy status. So Mo, if you want to go to one more slide.
Hey,
we'll
I see Director Williams has his hand raised. Director Molhoff, I don't know if this is a good time to, before we move on to the next section.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. From the interim study list on LR 355, I've mentioned it before. I think there's no way to overstate the importance of understanding and proactively engaging in that hearing. Do we have a schedule for the hearing on LR 355?
Director Williams, we do not at this time. That'll be at the discretion of the chair, Senator Bosselman. And so we're not sure how he's going to work through that. So he could do a study. He may ask questions of the industry, may hold a formal hearing or even listening sessions. We've seen that in the past where they've done several of those. So it's a little too early yet, but I can assure you we'll be engaging as soon as we have better information. We'll make sure and share that with everyone. But it is that one we are absolutely heavily focused on, certainly.
Thank you. And so general practice, there's a few weeks notice prior to any official engagement opportunity. Is that usually how that occurs?
Director Williams, I might phone a friend, but I think they post 2 weeks before hearing. So there is some notice. And since we have so many communications with the Natural Resources Committee and the Senator, hopefully we'll have much longer heads up than just a couple of weeks. Great question. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. Specifics are not that critical. I just want to make sure that I understand that there is an advance notice of when the engagement and when that discussion will happen. Thanks very much.
That's only if there's a hearing. They don't have to hold a public hearing. They can just do an internal, some internal research and then present their findings. So it may or may not be a hearing. So thank you. Mary, did you have a comment or question?
Yes, thank you. Vice President Olson referred to the fact that there might be a special session called. I am not familiar with the rules around special sessions. Are there constraints, limitations for such a session? I'd be interested to know. What we might have to plan for or about with such a session. Thank you.
Director Spurgeon, I'll take this one. And I hope you guys can hear me. I'm actually in San Antonio at the American Clean Power Association conference. For the special sessions, they're usually pretty limited. What we have heard so far that they're waiting to see if the Supreme Court strikes down Roe v. Wade, and then the special session will be around that. So it'll be limited to that focus. But it'll get all the senators in the building. We'll spend some time over there talking with them. That way, kind of consolidates and makes our job easier to go in and educate. So it should be constricted just to those issues, though.
And as Director Howard has let us know several times, many of these hearings are at the discretion of the committee and the senator who is proposing them. So, and they all manage things differently.
Exactly.
I think I would just note is that for interim study hearings, there's actually no obligation to provide any notice for a hearing. So tradition for a regular hearing, the rules for a regular hearing are 7 days, but those are 7 business days during session. For interim study hearings, they can have them whenever they want and then generally follow that 7-day rule. But obviously, if they would want OPPD to appear, they would probably give you some notice in advance. And then for the special session, you can't introduce any piece of legislation that doesn't relate to the direct call of the special session. So this one would presumably be abortion, but there could be a range of bills that cover abortion or touch on abortion. But what I think folks on my end are anticipating is that we should be ready for interim study hearings to be heard during special session by committees that don't have jurisdiction over the bills that get introduced within the call. So natural resources would be a logical place for them to hold their interim study hearings while everybody's back in Lincoln, sort of waiting for the special session to run its course. Since anything introduced in a special session is still introduced. It still follows the same course as a bill. So they still have to introduce it. They still have to have a hearing. They still have to lay it over. They still have to kick it out in the same sort of following the same rules as a regular session. It just has to follow that single subject.
That's coming from an expert right there. So thank you, Director Howard. Okay, Tim, back to you.
Okay, thank you. Love the discussion. Mo, if you'd go to the local update slide, just have one here. There's an immense amount of work here that we wanted to highlight to the board and discussions we've had in the PI committee. We've done an immense amount of outreach with Javier to meet as many folks as possible across the district, and we've had many great meetings across the whole service territory, and that they're continuing as well. Some of them are formal or informal, but providing great updates across the district. So wanted to highlight there, really trying to get it to all of our 13 counties and many cities by July 1st is our goal there. So that's going well. I'll run through the rest of the slide, but Javier may have some comments on this as well. And then just continuing our overall communication and outreach for elected officials on how to get in touch with us if there's community concerns or outages or other kinds of things. We are using our Everbridge system, which is kind of an advanced tool to call and notify folks if there's an outage or major issue in their area, and that's been well received. We've also done training on this and had, I think, well over 30 or 40 participants across our territory, which is really cool. And then 2 weeks ago, thanking public officials for their service, and so our team went across the district and stopped in offices, city clerk offices, county offices, and thanked them for their services and provided a little bit of details about OPPD and some of the handouts that you see on the corner of the slide here. So just another way that we stay personally connected, and then staying close to some of our assets. For example, Arbor Line that goes from Nebraska City Station to Lincoln, keeping close to communities along that line as well, and then continuing virtual updates and other feedback. We've received great feedback from elected officials on material that's helpful to them and their constituents. So we just want to continue to step that game up if there's ideas that board members or others have to just help with communication and know who to call. So really pleased with this effort. Part of what you'll see later on in the agenda today is some of the efforts on Power with Purpose related to solar and renewable generation, and so I won't speak to that in this setting. That'll come up a little bit later today, but very, very active in that front as well.
Hey, Tim, if I may, on this one, I agree, and it has been a well-coordinated effort, time-consuming, but well worth it. Lisa's team, and I want to call out Michaela Valentine, Kelly Fleming, in Tim O'Brien's office. They've been fantastic. I have had the pleasure of sitting down and all the way from having coffee to appearing in official public meetings with entities as large as Douglas County and the city of Omaha. And just last week, I sat down to chat with elected officials from the village of Salem, right? All across their service territory, big and small, urban and rural, really to talk about OPPD, the work that we're doing, and for me to listen from the different communities we serve on the needs they have, the questions they have, and help continue to build the trust that is so important between OPPD and all the communities that we serve. It takes years and years to build this trust and to build trust. And these are the things that could be destroyed in a matter of a day or a few moments. So this is something that we need to be very careful and clear to proceed with this building the trust and building relationships. Ultimately, we exist to serve these customers, these communities, and it has been a pleasure for me to get to know all these communities, especially here during my first year as CEO. Over.
Thank you, Javier. It's been a pleasure to coordinate with you and all of our communities to listen and meet with them about where we're headed. So exceptional work. work, and thanks to my team for supporting. One last slide here is on items in DC. Congress has really been focused on the war in Ukraine. Cybersecurity has also spun up a lot. Department of Energy is very focused on a lot of efforts there and some of the plans that they've had over the years. And then Build Back Better came up a little bit about the last time we talked in April. It was making a little progress, slowed down. Now I'm not sure where things may go. It has been a little more focused on a tax perspective, which could be of interest for our future endeavors. So we're watching that closely. Seth had a lot of events and trade groups, even one today, as he mentioned earlier, on that regard. And then continued on infrastructure funding. And so we have developed an internal team in Cadence on infrastructure projects, and then also provided some potential projects to Congressman Bacon's office. He had a form and process for some of the budget earmark items, and so we submitted some things to him from to help with some items from flooding and reclosers and other things. And so we're watching those opportunities as well. So that has been a good effort in the last 30 days. Seth, I'll pause there, see if there's any key things that you'd like to add on the federal side.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Just here today, I've heard more about Build Back Better and reconciliation. They're trying not to say Build Back Better anymore. It's just on reconciliation now. They are still pushing to try to get the clean energy bills through and in that package. It's hinging on Manchin and Sinema now to see where it is, but this is at a very high level with Senator Schumer and others doing those kind of things as well. And I see there was a couple questions on anti-circumvention. The trade associations we belong to are highly involved in this. ACP is one that's kind of leading that charge. LPPC and APPA also sent in a letter asking them to expedite their process and to get this issue resolved quickly, and so that we can all get back to work with it, because this is hurting everyone across the way. I've had several conversations with APPA and LPPC and even ACP on those efforts there, so we are pushing wherever we can to help on those issues on the anti-circumvention part as well. And then I think, was it last meeting, Director Moody, you asked how many bills in the 11,800 were energy related. I saw a slide back from National Journal that had almost 1,200 of those are energy and environment related. So it's quite a few bills. I think only 46 or pieces of 46 of those bills have been enacted or put in other pieces. But I want to make sure and let you know that as we're going. So that's what I have here.
And thank you, Seth, for that. And just also to reiterate, the work that we're doing with APPA is very, very important. I am a member of the CEO Climate Change and Generation Policy Task Force within APPA. We've had many meetings in the recent months. The last one that we had, we talked about all the work policy work that APPA is helping us as utilities to move on the anti-circumvention issue. We understand the genesis of that, but we want to make sure that our voice is heard, and I think it is starting to be heard really, really loud all the way up to the White House on how disruptive this has been for the utility industry as a whole.
And I just want to add regarding the expertise, Seth Boyles came from APPA, so really knows the roads of the organization and how best to maneuver. So greatly appreciated him on the team. Okay, I believe that concludes our report.
Thank you.
Back to you, Director Moha.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. So we'll move on to the next agenda item. And I'm going to, Lisa, if it's okay, I'm going to tee this one up.
Please do. Thank you.
The PI committee reviewed and revised the SD11, and we focused on 3 concerns that we had heard from other board members: a focus on all communities and not just the Omaha Metro, a balance of new and existing commercial and industrial growth, and also sustainability. So those were the 3 issues that we kind of heard from other directors. The Economic Development team helped the committee to craft an SD that includes language that highlights those concerns without getting into the how it is executed. We're presenting this revision for discussion today and recommending that it go out for public comment for approximately 30 days for consideration by the board in June. But I would open the discussion to I'll let Lisa do her presentation and then open it up to the other board members. I'd like for committee members to go first if they have additional insights they want to relay, and then we'll go to other board members who haven't had a chance to discuss it. So.
Great. Thank you, Director Molhoff. You know, looking back on this, I know that Director Kavanaugh was in the room, and I think Scott had just started his position, you know, in July of 2015 when we were building the SDs. And the consultant, of course, came from SMUD, and SD 11, which they call SD 13 Economic Development, was extremely important. In fact, I just look back at their SDs, and theirs really reflects exactly what this one says before we make our modifications. So I guess that's flattery that they're looking at what we're doing. And of course, we heard what the board members said. We wanted to focus more on our entire region and how we could best do that, because we are that our special sauce is we're that conduit in those communities because they do trust us. We're probably one of the first calls to say, hey, what can we do about this? And we go in and do problem solving. And we wanted to make sure that we could display some of that. So exciting when we were able to go through the revisions. And I just want to call out Scott Foch, and I'm going to give him a few moments because with our Powering the Future 2050 and the SDs, they've just really brought a beautiful avenue for us to communicate to the public exactly what we're doing. So Scott, I just wanted to say thank you for your help, and maybe you could interject just a little bit about how we stepped back and took a look at where we're at and then where we're going.
Absolutely. Lisa, thank you so much. And Director Molhoff, thank you for teeing this up. I appreciate the kind words very much. It was important as we were considering all of the SDs that the board had, the visionary nature of these. It's about strategic direction, and it's through the strategic direction that we get clarity on the vision for what it is that we're trying to do as an organization. Lisa alluded to Powering the Future to 2050. That's our visioning document based upon these SDs. And so this was one of the first SDs that we were refining after we had developed the PF 2050 document. And it was really good to ask ourselves, what vision are we thinking? And then ensure through the conversation with the Public Information Committee that most importantly, we were capturing the vision of the board. What's the board thinking here? So the structure of the policies changed a little bit, very intentionally. The first paragraph is all about the vision. And then the shalls are very much trying to focus on the desired outcomes. So I think it's always helpful, if I may offer, Director Molhoff, that as the board reviews this, to really ask themselves three questions. And the first question is there anything that requires further clarification? You know, is everyone clear on what's intended here? The second question, is there anything you especially like? And the third, is there anything that you'd like the PI team to consider or committee to consider before moving this forward to public review for comment?
Sorry, oh, there, never mind. It's in.
I figured that might have been helpful. So, and to your point, Director Molhoff, I believe you asked for committee member input first. So I would ask, is there anything that requires clarification on this policy?
And Mo, we may want to move to the next. Is it? Yes, those were the red line that we went through as a committee and took the feedback from the committee members. So I just didn't know if we wanted to pause here and just talk through some of their thoughts on it.
I may offer to go back. Lisa, if you're right, I may offer to go back to the one that preceded it, because it was such a rewrite, as you can see through all of that. I'm not sure if it's helpful to go point by point. It might be, but I don't know if there's anything up front that requires additional clarification. Because this is the proposed revision from the PI committee.
Correct.
I see Director Bogner, your hand is raised.
Yeah, thank you. The third bullet point, help me understand the word vitality in context to this SD.
Absolutely. And Tim O'Brien, I believe that you're on standby.
And Brooke Aiken spent a lot of time on this particular revision as well.
Tim O'Brien, anything to share on vitality?
Absolutely. So where we got vitality from is thinking about, we looked at some of the definitions around economic development. That was some of the questions and feedback that we heard. And we found there are a lot of metrics that you don't see in the SD that we could report on. So we think of vitality as sort of a scorecard, so to speak, of some of the socio or economic trends in a community or region. So what does population look like? What are even potentially numbers of meters to a communication or to a community? Household income, property taxes. And so there's some ways that we could build a foundation of setting the bar of what's the vitality and measurement of a community. And so that's where we wanted to use the word vitality. It comes from, Brooke helped me here, part of the International Economic Development Council's definitions in this space.
That is correct, Tim. Yeah, we really spent a lot of time thinking about the right words and terms, and that one just spoke to collectively and holistically what economic development is all about and improving the overall well-being of our communities and our economy.
Thank you. That is very helpful to understand that context. I'm complete right now.
Thank you. Anything else requiring clarification? So we will assume there's clarity, which is great. Director Yoder. You're on mute, sir. I can see your mouth moving.
Sorry, I thought we were going to go point by point on down the 11, not down this other list. So clarification, I'm struggling, I guess. Help me understand, clarify, the attract, retain, and expand businesses means all businesses are the same. Is that what I'm taking on this? There's no, where I'm coming from is, we only have limited resources and we can only do so much. And so I'm struggling to figure out if there's some direction that's provided here on this first bullet.
When we went for the rewrite, we really wanted to keep it higher level and then give it the flexibility so that when we report out, it will report out on those local areas, across our entire service territory. Brooke, Tim, anything you'd like to expand on?
Yeah, certainly. A great question. This bullet we spent a lot of time on. Originally, we talked about revenue creation specifically on this bullet. And then we even had an idea of, Director Yoder, to your point, should we fine tune this point to say primary employers? And then we found that comes in conflict with some of the other work that we're doing, supporting small business or downtowns or community revitalization. And so we felt a broad approach in that regard was helpful. And would allow us to focus on the needs of our customers and businesses over time, because since we created this SB in 2015, there has been a pretty significant focus in needs, types of businesses, capabilities of the district and others. And so we went broad on this particular one and wanted to give you some of the discussion that we had around it.
Does that clarify, Director Yoder?
No, no, well, maybe my following comment is best bulleted in under number 3. Anything
Thought
I'd
it
like.
might be.
Yeah.
If we could get clarification, that would be helpful at this stage.
So it's so broad. I don't know that it says much. The board isn't really giving much direction here. And so what might that direction look like? You know, I'm a big fan of Iowa coach Hayden Fry, you know, who said scratch where it itches. And so maybe the board would want to say something about attracting, retaining, and expanding businesses where they're needed, or attracting, retaining, and expanding businesses that are supportive of empowering the future 2020 vision or 2050 vision, sorry. I think there's an opportunity for a qualifier there that will direct the activities in some fashion or way that is supportive of the bigger vision.
So if at this stage we could capture that just as potential for feedback, and then keep going through from a facilitation standpoint, versus sticking on that point for very long right now.
Sure.
Any
I have
additional
another clarification question.
Yes, sir.
Sure. Tell me about what it means to be a trusted partner, and how that works and how you measure it and so
And
forth.
I can start with that. We have been working with Deloitte, and there's a trust model that we've been utilizing as our framework, and the measurements of how you can measure trust. And so you'll be hearing more about that, but we're weaving that all into, especially for public affairs. I remember, and Director Mulhoff remembers this, I remember the commissioner leaning across the table and pointing to us and saying, you know what, we'll go forward with this because OPPD, we trust you. And that was one of those moments where it went ding, ding, ding. And that is our value proposition, is that the communities that we serve, they trust us. And we want to be that first and best source of information. So we are going to be having some metrics around the trust model from the Deloitte model. So more to come on that.
Yeah, and good. That's good. It makes me wonder whether that's whether SD11 is the appropriate. It sounds like a communication issue, you know. So, but wherever it lands is great. Next bullet, clarification. Offering and support. You mentioned earlier in working with unicameral that 80% of your time is spent on educating people that are new. Is that what we're doing here too? Basically educating?
We're being a resource, and I'll let Tim explain a little bit more about that.
And if I could offer one small thing here, it's interesting you raised the question. The bullet initially had something about education in it, but literally from a clarification and a structures perspective, it was offering and promoting these things, and by doing so, education is occurring. But I was just recalling that from the conversation when you offered. I'm sorry, Lisa and Tim, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Tim.
That was great clarification there to take us back to our conversation.
Well, and I think going back to the comment Director Yuri just made, it, you know, in a free society and capitalist society, we have businesses have their own tools to come in and establish business with or without us. What we're trying to do here is present opportunities that otherwise businesses may not necessarily be aware of, so that we can take more advantage of the resources that we have. So yes, part of it, a lot of this is, you can call it education or promotion or you know, connecting companies with resources, and because we are local, we have, and Tim O'Brien's team and Brooke Aiken do fantastic work there. They coordinate. Sometimes we have companies that are interested in coming into our service territory, and they find out that for whatever reason that may not be the best fit. There is an interest in us working with the chambers in different states or with our partners out east in eastern Nebraska to figure out how can we still continue to attract those businesses to the state of Nebraska. So it is certainly information that is probably the biggest value that we have. We do not provide direct subsidies or anything. That's that's what they do in the free enterprise world that we have. We provide information.
Director Yoder, any additional clarification questions? I do see Director Moody's hand.
Clarification questions, yeah. So doubling down on this one a little bit. So as I read it, I'm understanding it, and help me if clarify for me. It seems like an information deficit kind of thing where we're giving the information, and because of that, then we get growth and sustainability and savings and vitality. So is that clarifying? Is that the model? Oh, Javier, I see your big frown. So that's not the model that we're working with, right?
If we provide education, that education and information alone does not support economic growth, sustainability, cost savings, or vitality. However, that information allows potential future customers and businesses to make decisions to invest in the state, to make decisions to invest in our region that will then create jobs, that will create economic activity that promotes that economic growth, sustainability, cost savings, and vitality. So there is a link in there. The information in and of itself doesn't do that. It's what businesses do with that information. How can we extract more value in that interaction with businesses? I hope that helps.
I'll move on to the next bullet in my last clarifying question. Help clarify for me how assisting with site development is not somehow a subsidy, and then also how it links back to the mission for OPPD.
What we have found over the years of economic development is that site readiness has been probably our biggest deterrent of people coming to the state of Nebraska or even growing. For instance, Falls City, they have their particular site development, right? So how can we help them with making sure that we're providing resources to them so that people will come to Falls City's site development? We have found that over the years, this has really been key for us. Brooke, Tim, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, it would, Lisa. Thank you. You teed it up nicely. This has been one constant thread in all of our benchmarking, and then even some of the top utilities in economic development heavily focus on site development to optimize resources in the system. So where is system planning a region to grow? Where are our land uses planning for development, and how can we ensure the right investments as we invest, as do other utilities, to make efficient use of all resources? And there's many good examples of this. I'll give you two. One is foresight and thought and around the Cargill biorefining campus in Blair, is the targeting of that business and continuing to bring businesses to that area that have infrastructure, knowing that our electrical infrastructure is really the highest and much more expensive than water, sewer, gas, and others. Similarly, that's part of the effect that we've had in Sarpy County, is we've planned together along the Highway 50 corridor to make investments into that region, and that helped spur development quite quickly as well. And so we found that this has been a core for competitiveness to our region. It's an area that our team is very knowledgeable in from a real estate planning, land use perspective as well. And then again, benchmarked against our peers. And we also look at this of the properties, how might it make sense to utilize the electric system if we have capacity on a transformer or line or distribution circuit, make best use of infrastructure rather than building new or extending miles out into an area that may not need it. And so that's a few of the background there. I could go further if you like, but there's a lot wrapped up in that particular bullet there.
There is a lot wrapped up there, and I guess this is the one that help. I mean, I don't, Scott, I think I heard you say in the intro that most of the shalls here were not how, but this one seems most howish to me.
I think that's a good question. I think it depends on where you're focusing. If it's about optimizing energy system, it feels a little bit less how and more centered on the desired outcome.
Okay, I'm done with my clarification questions.
Thank you. I do see Craig next and then, excuse me, Director Moody next and then Director Bachner.
Craig is fine, Scott. Thank you. Let's see here, finding my notes. Two things. One is I'd be interested in kind of better understanding when in the second bullet when we say including workforce and community needs, what's envisioned there. So that's question one, and I'll ask question two after we talk about that.
And that's a great segue because what we've heard, especially from the chambers and the various communities, is that they need help with workforce development. We need to get more workers to come to Nebraska or to grow into Nebraska. So that's why we added that focus, especially to address it.
So just to make sure I'm clear, thank you for that, Lisa. So that really is intended to, that's the attract and retain people, yeah?
Yes.
That's really what it's after? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's great. And then maybe this is too high level of a question for the discussion now. So Scott, just put it wherever you feel it makes the most sense. But I guess I'm just kind of curious about those members who are doing this work. I'd be interested in hearing them describe how this changes what they do a little bit, right? Like this is the board articulating to that team, shift your direction, or maybe not. I'm just kind of curious about the magnitude and clarity of what we're asking of them in this instance.
Great question and comment, Director Moody. And thank you for that because we did have a discussion. And so I'd like Brooke and Tim to talk about that because that was high. As you know, our plates are really full, but how do we deliver on this, right?
Yeah, I'm really excited about the direction and the measurements that we can add to this. And so one that I'm really excited about is the connection to the vision of Power Forward 2050. And so that's a filter and a guide for us as well. So one, I want to make that statement, but I think Director Moody, your question is what does the work look like? So on the first bullet, we talked about revenue creation, and we realized, you know, we have some large customers, small customers, the ability to focus on community needs and other trends that are occurring that weren't in 2015. So for example, the large initiative of the urban core, this affords us the ability to focus on very clearly that work, for example. So I'm pleased we added that. Workforce is continuing to be top 2 or third issue or concern for businesses to grow and expand. We are also, we found one of the bullets in the prior SD challenging to report on. It would be bullet 3 here on how we promote, what we show our communities and downtown businesses and small businesses as well, to put the metrics around it. So as I described a little bit earlier about what is median wage, what are some of the barometer effects so we know, have a level set of measurement around some of our communities and employees and such, for example. I also think that I kind of tell the team that we are in a planning and not, and I don't want to use this word, but it'll help illustrate the point, rebuilding time. And so we've had lots of success across the region for growth. Now, where does it make sense for the right types of growth? And I think many of our communities and municipalities are doing that as well. Napa's completed some plans. The urban core is a good example of that. and we've been working with some of the communities in the Southeast as well. So those are a few things that I think provide some more clarity. Lastly, we reported this on the last SD 11 update, but a big focus on small business and startups. So James Caraway and Jason Esser from our team, they probably spend close to half of their time in this sector now, which we didn't before. So Brooke, I'll pause there and see what else you'd like to add.
And you covered it well. I am really excited about these changes. I think they pinpoint some things that we haven't clearly had stated in the past. And so thinking about community needs, those are evolving and changing every day. And one community next to another could have completely different needs. So how we think about reporting on that, enhancing reporting on that, I'm excited about. And similarly with workforce, whether it's attraction or retention, or really helping some of our businesses help build an apprenticeship program or connect them with different resources in different ways and see what kind of partnerships we can create. Those are some of the things that we're thinking about and brainstorming on, because whether we're trying to attract a new business to our state or an existing one, that workforce piece is often a top driver. And we like to say energy is a top 10 driver, but there are a lot of other items that play into those decisions every day. So how we can continue to be a driver and leader behind the scenes, that's where we're spending our time, and we'll be excited to share out more on that later this year.
Director Moody,
Thank you.
any other additional questions there? Excellent. Director Bogner.
Okay, so the thunder's making my dog go crazy, so hopefully I can get through my comments. I think that there's something here, I feel like I'm skipping ahead to the third question that you asked, Scott, about what other things should we consider before moving this forward. So I apologize if I'm moving ahead. But I think that there's something to bullet 1 that can be added when, like, I'm thinking about my own business, and like when we are looking at new clients or bringing on new staff, we're trying to seek businesses and clients that kind of align with where we want to head. And I'm wondering if something similar can happen here. I really like the last bullet point and support the planning and to best optimize our energy systems, because that's going to allow us to use our resources most effectively. But I wonder if there is also a tie-in here that can happen with our vision, because really when we cast the vision for Powering the Future 2050, that is a community-wide vision, whether we're talking about it in those terms or not. So I don't know if there's something here that can be added.
Thank you for asking that question. I do think it compels us to take a look at our duty to serve, as well as a public entity and an electric utility. And so I think, having heard that from both Director Yoder and yourself, it's a comment to consider. I don't know, Steve Bruckner, if you have any thoughts or perspective on that from council.
Would you mind repeating the question for me? I didn't quite hear it.
Sure, but I can try, Amanda, or Director Bogner. Sorry, it's getting late in the day. Attract, retain, and expand business. When oftentimes, for example, with Director Bogner and her own business or others, there's oftentimes a way of specializing, focusing, creating a certain portfolio, for example, of businesses that may be most helpful to you as an entity. And is there a qualifier or something that should or could be added into that first bullet that would help be more specific there? I do believe that it begins to brush up against duty to serve and our obligation there. And so it's a balance between what we would explicitly state, what we could state there, I suppose. But I
Yeah,
didn't know
and
if you
I'm
had a
not making the
perspective on it.
suggestion that we discriminate services. Clearly, we need to serve everyone in our
Right,
community
right.
if they're called to, but we don't necessarily need to go after and try to develop business that is counter or would cause us significant hurdles to achieve some of the other outcomes that we're looking to achieve in our community.
So, Counselor, I didn't know if you had a a thought or reflection that may be informative. I believe it's a question really that's raised both from Director Yoder initially and Director Bogner now.
I think that limitation is probably not one that directly implicates duty to serve. You could say attract, retain, and expand businesses in our communities. That might be a modifier. I do think that kind of a statement perhaps sends the wrong signals to other very important constituencies within our communities around business development. And if I shift kind of away from the strictly legal point to that point, I would maybe caution against that kind of a statement. But it certainly doesn't directly implicate the issue of duty to serve.
Thank you, sir. Director Bogner, any additional comments for clarification? And then we may move into 3, or we may move into 2. It'd be nice to know if there's things that the board is particularly liking about the policy before we would shift into 3.
Yeah, I see. I think I am probably to a point where I'm not sure how to articulate my thought, and I see Director Williams' hand, so I'll let him go.
Yeah, so from a clarification perspective, I would also like to follow on what Director Yoder and Director Bogner had said, and understand the difference between duty to serve when someone requests service from us and our proactive adjustments to policies that seek out new demand that wouldn't otherwise have arrived. Specifically, I think it's pretty clear that data centers would not be coming to our area as aggressively if we had not developed 261M. And so we made a proactive choice that specifically encouraged the new type of development. And that wasn't just we are serving what customers when they request it, but we specifically adjusted and provided additional incentive and encouragement for a type of development. And so I have a similar question about the way in which we are proactive in attempting to bring in new demand to our system. And from Janice's introduction at the beginning, how we balance the new demand and new load against the existing customers and the interest there. And that was indicated as a point that was one of the 3 focus areas for the committee in their work. And so I guess my clarification question would be, where in the language here do we see a balance of the new work that is necessary and new costs that are incurred from new demand, which we have proactively attempted to bring in, relative to the existing customers that are already in our system? How does the language here help us to highlight the balance of those 2 interests that were mentioned as a priority in the development of the language here?
If I may, Director Williams, that's a fantastic point, and let me just go back a little bit and add to the statement you made about us creating rate 261M to attract data centers. I don't think that is quite correct. It was a data center for sure who used that rate for the first time. It was really in an effort for us to respond to customers' interest in achieving 0 carbon emission generation. That's really what created 261M. We clearly had customers who had come here, who had that desire to procure all of their energy that was going to be green. And we didn't have a way for us to do that, and we unlocked that piece. Whether it was a data center or a bakery, that was not necessarily the issue. Now, it's a 261, it's a high voltage rate, so obviously it worked well with a large customer. In this case, with a data center was that. But it was not just going after a data center per se. It clearly worked with our SD7 directive that we had before. To answer to your question about, hey, how do we attract businesses that provide this vitality and sustainability, et cetera, but at the same time doesn't necessarily threaten the system? Well, this is where the SDs start to play with each other. We have an SD4 that focuses on reliability, We are now working on revising SE9 that focuses on resource adequacy, or could focus on resource adequacy. So it's really, when you look at the suite of SDs, one SD tells me, hey, try to attract as many businesses as we can that support economic growth, sustainability, cost savings, and vitality. SD2 tells me, hey, try to do that without raising rates or keeping rates affordable. And SD4 tells me, do these without damaging our reliability and resilience. So this is how I see all of these SDs working in conjunction with each other. But to your point, and I think this is the first and the second bullet, the economic development team knows, right? If we know that there are certain things, and Brooke and Tim just mentioned workforce development, for example. Well, we will focus on initiatives and businesses that focus on workforce development now, because that is a need for us or for the region in the next 5 years. Beyond 5 years, it may not necessarily be a need, but those businesses may still continue to come. But those are ones that we're not going to go out of our way and actively recruit, right? And I want to draw that difference. You know, businesses in this free country and with our obligation to serve will continue to come, and we will continue to accommodate them and try to serve them as much as possible. The economic development team is serving a function of identifying a gap and where could we optimize the system even more, by either through site selection or through industry selection, to say, hey, there's an opportunity for you here in our service territory. We think it would be a great match for us. I hope this long comment makes sense in integrating all these SDs together.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification, and it sounds like we're going to, I guess, adjust into later portions of the 3 points which Scott highlighted. So I would like to revisit that, the suggestions for areas where we might like to see additional clarification. I do have another clarification point, I guess. We talk about support economic growth, sustainability, cost savings. I have made comments in the past when we talk about rates that our revenues are expenses to our customers, and there is an inherent balance of interests there, and we have covered this a number of times. So I'm very glad that we do not have language here that says that we are seeking to expand our revenue specifically as the desired outcome. I think that would be the wrong way to frame the way in which we are partnering with our customer owners and businesses to develop the vitality of our community. So I appreciate, as Tim pointed out, not using expand revenue as the target outcome. So thank you for that. The other side of it would be, in terms of cost savings, we can help our customers by reducing their costs, by reducing their energy use, and that directly reduces our revenue. And so is there language here, or how do we understand the balance of economic development or cost savings, efficiency assistance to our various customer classes by helping them to consume less of our product and thereby reduce their costs for our products and services? Is there language here that balances that and recognizes consuming less is beneficial to the customer, even if it's not beneficial in a revenue sense to OPPD?
Director Williams, I would say everything that what you just said, especially this last piece, makes perfect sense. The goal there would be to reduce usage and reduce costs and make our services more affordable. I would say that fits really well within SD2 on the affordability piece, right? If further energy efficiency is seen as a way to improve reliability, then there's room for that in the reliability piece. So again, once again, there's an SD for that, and so I'm trying to distinguish, I guess, what we're trying to do here is how do we optimize? How do we squeeze more value out of the assets we have? And if that means bringing more revenue, that's actually something that we want to bring, as long as that revenue is using the same assets we have, or optimizing, having a higher utilization rate of our assets. And I agree with you, it's not just revenue for the sake of revenue, it's make our investments work as best as we can for the rest of our customer owners.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Javier. Thank you. Our high utilization is effective for the system. I recognize that. That's great. To our customers, I guess I would like to see language that recognizes that we are not attempting to keep costs low by adjusting the rates only, but that things like encouraging and incentivizing energy efficiency in homes and businesses is a way to reduce energy and reduce energy costs. And that has nothing to do with any amount of revenue that we will receive. Again, it would actually decrease our revenue, but I find it very much in line with the vision of the future that we've outlined and the economic development objectives. And I don't currently see anything like that in the language here, although we have seen it in other places. I was strongly supportive of including the language to promote energy efficiency and conservation in Strategic Directive 7. And so, Scott, I apologize for jumping to your third point. But I do think that that is a portion of the way in which we can help our customer owners and businesses to be economically successful that isn't specifically yet addressed in the language here. Thanks.
I appreciate that comment. And to Director Molhoff's question earlier, ultimately the punchline here is this ready to move forward for public comment, or is the board's comment sending this back to PI? So we'll take that under advisement. Any other questions or comments in terms of what is liked? Hearing none, we'll move forward to number.
Well, no, hang on. I've got a couple in the chat. So I'm hoping that someone's capturing that for the committee.
Yeah, the chat is documented, yes. And would you like to verbalize any of those now, Director?
No, the opening light's a much better opening line than we had before. And then I like to focus on the workforce.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
I have a comment too.
Director Spurgeon.
Thank you. I just think this is a grand improvement over what we had before. I love the vision in the first paragraph. I like the succinct bullets. My question when I send it back was, is this enough to, does it express everything that the economic development team does? Because they do so much. So I hope that there's enough on there to provide recognition for all the work that they do. I think it's a great improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa, any comment on Director Spurgeon's comment?
I was going to put in the chat. Thank you for that, because the team spent a lot of time on it and we feel really good about it, but we want to make sure this is your direction. So we want to make sure that you are getting all the questions answered that you need to move forward. And we're really looking forward to the first monitoring report. And hopefully Director Yoder will be pleasantly surprised.
Excellent.
So, and Rick had asked the question in the chat about, does having both economic growth and sustainability in the same bullet, does that allow too much flexibility for the team? Well, they have to have some flexibility, and economic growth doesn't necessarily mean unsustainable growth. And, because planned and very deliberate growth can be sustainable. So I don't think those two statements are exclusive, and I don't think it has to be and it doesn't have to be a this or that. I think that they can be mutually beneficial concepts. And, to address Eric's comment, you get part of offering and promoting innovative tools, energy efficiency, how to decrease your bills. Those are all part of our portfolio of innovative tools. And I think I really like that inclusiveness of that statement, is that it allows us to use all the tools in our toolbox to help retain and attract and expand businesses that fall directly in line with our PF 2050. I'm excited about the changes that have been made and appreciate Brooke and Tim and Scott for their guidance through this process. So I'll let someone else weigh in now.
Director Molhoff, thank you very much. If we're ready, we'll move to question 3, and then we will tee up, I think, the question back to you, Director Molhoff, in terms of Are you wanting, given that in light of the feedback, would you want to take it back to PI committee for additional enhancement, or is it ready to share and get additional feedback from customers at that point? So before we do that, I'll just ask the question 3.
Were you asking?
The board, the full board. I do see Craig, Director Moody's hand raised.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a few that are editorial, and I'll just share those via email if that's okay. They're not consequential, but I think it'll tighten up some things. The one thing I think this is for me answering the second and third questions, which is I totally agree with Director Yoder. I like the workforce development in there, but I honestly think it should be bigger. I think it should be its own bullet. I think we should lean into it more than we do. You know, we talk about the economic development team carrying the load on this, but it's not just them either. I think there are a lot of people that are going to be involved in this work and thinking about the way in which we show up. Tim, you mentioned, you know, the urban core work. There you go. You know, like to me, what I want OPPD to do is to be a leader in the community with respect to developing the community. And really, so I don't have specific language, but I really like that element that we've pulled it in, but I felt like we snuck it in, and I had to really like make sure that it was there. And I think we could really pull it out and be a little bit more direct about how we're gonna not how we're gonna do that work, but the fact that we are going to do that work.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Director Williams.
So hopefully staying within the bounds of what we're working on with bullet 3, Scott, or I'm sorry, concept 3 or step 3. In the line about sustainability, I would appreciate if we can recognize that economic development from helping customers reduce their energy use and reduce their energy costs through conservation and efficiency could be included in addition to the sustainability there. And I recognize the innovative tools are listed in the earlier part of that sentence, but that can lead to reporting related to that. And we do receive that on customer service or other strategic directive reports. But I think that the accountability related to a focus on specifically reducing consumption and increasing efficiency would be helpful to clarify what we mean when we say economic development.
Thank you, sir. Any others? Director Yoder, I'm seeing your hand.
Not hearing me. Now you're hearing me. What kept me from praising the rest of the opening paragraph was the attract new business goal, and while that has long been an economic development focus, right now, as evidenced by our load growth, and I mean, when I came on the board, OPPD was heavy with generation, and I don't know that we have that now. So I'm not sure. I think everything that we're doing in economic development ought to be kind of echoing what Director Moody was saying about, and Director Molhoff was saying, is developing without trying to necessarily count the number of new businesses that we have. And that goes to what Director Williams was saying, how can we be richer and more sustainable by optimizing, as is said in the 4th bullet, our energy system. And so that's workforce development, that's improving our overall efficiencies, strengthening the community. I would like to see a little more direction towards the outcomes, and that, to me, the 4 bullets are still kind of how-ish, but I guess that's where I think there's opportunities for improvement here. You're on the right track. It's better than it was. But I think there's opportunities for improving it still.
Thank you. Director Bogner.
That second sentence of the opening paragraph, the very last part of it seems a little redundant to the first bullet point. So I'm wondering if we change that second sentence of the opening paragraph to will create a favorable environment to attract, retain, and expand businesses, period. And then get rid of the first bullet point. I wonder if that would tidy things up a little bit and address some of the concerns that have been echoed here.
Thank you.
Just a thought. Take that back.
Director Yoder, did your hand go back up? Are there any other comments, questions, feedback? I know that Tim and Brooke are what's the word? Vigorously, that's the word I'm looking for. Capturing all of the notes and the feedback that were offered here. Director Molhoff, as you raised the question up front about putting this forward to public comment over the next 30 days, at this stage, do you have sufficient feedback to make a determination as to whether you would like to pull it back to committee to make some changes before doing that, or if the thought would be to move it forward for feedback and then, kind of capture that all of that feedback together and bring back refined policy for board consideration in June?
So I didn't hear anything today that substantially changes the direction of this, of the changes in this SD. Some wordsmithing possibly. But I would like to go ahead with public comment and then bring the director's comments and the public comments together back to the committee. And we might not be able, and we might then decide in June that we need to wait before we put this to a vote. But I appreciate all the discussion today. Appreciate everyone's perspectives, and the directions I got from the committee was that that they were ready to get public comment along with the comment from the other directors and move this forward sooner rather than later.
Excellent. Thank you. We'll move forward accordingly.
And if I may, just a quick comment. Thank you all for the robust discussion. This was great. I want to take a moment to thank Tim O'Brien, Brooke Aiken, James Caraway, Jason Esser, and David Meisinger. The work they do at OPPD is absolutely fantastic. In my new position, I get to go to a lot of meetings. Now I am chairing the Urban Core Committee for the Chamber of Commerce. The comments I continue to get from people around the region, in the different counties that we serve, about our team, our economic development team, it's fantastic. In fact, I worry. I usually tell, hey, don't take them away. They're here with us. I just need to make a statement that the economic development team that OPPD has, that is serving you board members and the community, is something to be incredibly proud. It is your policy. We'll work with this policy, but I just want to call out that the team is absolutely top notch, and I want to thank them all for the work that they do.
Thank you for that, Javier. And I think we have to remember that our district contains all kinds of businesses, and not every business and not every business who, as Javier said, who wants to come here will fall in line with our stated vision. So, but we do have to support those businesses as well. So we have to really be careful about qualifying how we're doing economic development in order to be inclusive of all the businesses in the entire district. So thank you.
I just want to end with thank you for all of the great feedback and comments and leadership on this. And in the chat, it is a team sport. I know I said that at the very beginning because there is everybody that is involved in this across from customer service to generation, and we couldn't do it without everybody. So thank you. And ultimately the board. So thank you for your support.
So to answer Eric's question, I think what we would do is open this up for public comment. We would bring all the comments from the directors today and the public comment to the committee meeting prior to the June board meeting. And then the committee will decide if we're ready to, if they're just minor wordsmithing we need to do or something that needs to come back to the board. So we will. Is that right, Scott?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you all, and thanks to the team for the economic development team for helping us through this process. And we have more work to do, but we will hopefully come up with a product that that will meet the expectations of all the board. And thank you. And I think that ends my PI report.
Okay, thank you. So we have on our agenda a 10-minute break followed by other business. So let's return at about 1:56 on the nose. Thank you. Okay, we will get going on our next agenda item. We have confirmation of board meeting agenda. So at this time, are there any requests to make modifications to our agenda? Let's start with consent action items. Do any of these items need to be moved to board discussion? All right, I'm seeing some thumbs up. I'm not hearing anyone. I don't see any hands. Are there any other changes that we need to make to the board agenda? All right. Okay, and our next item here is to review the board work plan. Presently, there's nothing that's been identified as a parking lot item for our discussion, so we will move on. I think that there was maybe some discussion earlier today that might result in some parking lot items for us to talk about next month, but I will let the committee member or the committee chairs sort that out with their committees and come back with that information. All right, the next item here is Power with Purpose Solar Update. Javier, should I just pass this to Mr. Underwood?
Yes, please.
Yeah, very good. We have Courtney Kennedy here today to give us an update on what's going on in the solar market. And I'll just remind folks, we do have open sourcing efforts to acquire solar, and we're collaborating with many folks, both locally as well as developers and industry partners to advance those efforts. And so appreciate Courtney today giving an update on a very challenging and dynamic environment. And having said that, Courtney, I'll turn it to you.
Thanks, Brad, and thanks for having me here today. I want to touch a little bit more detail on the anti-circumvention investigation. So I know we heard a little bit about this during PI committee updates, but a little bit of background on the investigation for those maybe not following as close. The U.S. Department of Commerce is investigating whether Southeast Asian solar manufacturers are using parts made in China to circumvent existing tariffs. So that's where the anti-circumvention title comes from. This investigation is focused on 4 countries: Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. But this represents over 80% of the imported supply of panels in the U.S. So this is a big deal for all of the projects going on right now. One of the primary concerns, and we'll get into this a little bit further detail, is just the near-term uncertainty. There are impacts to pricing, project financing, and even project schedules, but there's not a lot of detail around what that could mean. Next slide, please. So what the impacts are to the industry currently is major slowdown in the solar market. And again, this is until there's further clarity provided on the investigation. Right now, the Department of Commerce has through August of 2022 to make their next decision. What we're seeing is many of the contracted projects have been delayed, have been put on hold, or are being renegotiated to address the risk, whether that's changing terms, changing prices, et cetera. Contractors, developers are unable to provide firm pricing offers for new projects until there's more certainty. So it's really challenging existing projects, but then as we look at the sourcing of new solar projects, those are being challenged, again, not being able to be clear on when they can deliver a project and what the price would be, or at least a firm price would be. So you're really seeing a lot of challenges, and there's been quite a few articles recently. Some are included in this deck, and there's many others, for utilities trying to meet decarbonization goals, whether it's staying on track for capacity expansion, for increasing their solar portfolios, or even transitioning some of their fleet assets. One of the notable articles was from early May in Indiana, causing a delay and shutdown of coal and their transition. Other companies or other utilities we're talking to, whether it be through LPBC or APPA, are also having challenges with their currently executed projects, bringing those on with certainty. And so I'll pause real quick. I think this, just to be upfront, this is a good question around what does this mean for OPPD? So Platte specifically, we've been working with our partner to mitigate the impacts of anti-circumvention. And at this time, we believe we have options to move through this. And so I think that's good news. I'll say for confidential reasons, I'm not able to get into specifics on that per the PPA, but right now we're feeling pretty good about what that looks like. And then in terms of solar, the rest of the power with purpose solar portfolio, this is definitely a big deal. It's a big deal to OPPD, it's a big deal to Nebraska, but it's really a big deal across the country. So we are constantly engaging with suppliers, industry experts, owner engineers to understand what we can do and how we move through this. And so we'll continue to work through that as we look at bringing on additional solar. I'll go to one more slide on this, and then I'll pause for questions around anti-circumvention. So the last thing I'll leave you with is there is a lot of focus on this issue. And I think you heard Seth Boyles mention that just a few minutes ago in the PI update. But there is a timeline currently, and again, the Department of Commerce has until the end of August to make their preliminary determination. And again, a lot of the uncertainty for the solar industry is not knowing what comes out of that. What you're seeing in the news is a lot of focus on this topic by political leaders in DC. There's bipartisan groups of senators calling on the president to conclude the investigation as quickly as possible. You have the Energy Secretary expressing concerns about what this means for the administration's clean energy goals. You have governors, both Democratic and Republican, having letters sent to urge quick conclusion of the investigation. And then finally, you're seeing a lot of industry groups, American Clean Power that Seth mentioned earlier, the Solar Energy Industries Association and others, really being vocal to move this forward. And so I think the focus by a lot of these folks is let's expedite this so that we can understand and move forward on a lot of the solar projects that were set in place for this year, but also a lot of the goals that many utilities and many states have. So I think there is some hope that these efforts may come sooner, but until that time, there's a lot of uncertainty. So there's a lot there. I'll pause. Any questions on anti-circumvention?
Dr. Williams.
Yeah, we talked about it a little earlier, and I appreciate the participation with other agencies or organizations who are involved here. Do we have an official statement from OPPD about the impacts that this is having to our work moving forward and our ability to meet our mission? Is there an official position right now, or is that something we could consider?
Yeah, I'll leave space for Brad or Javier. I would say that's something we're continuing to understand the complete impacts. But Brad or Javier, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think we found his. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Javier.
Director Williams, we don't have a specific statement from OPPD. I can tell you that we are following your desire as expressed to us by resolutions and by the strategic directive structure. We are moving ahead as fast as we can in trying to conclude this investigation. We appreciate the original concern. We believe that this is far-reaching and it has drawn everything to a halt. So, no, we don't have an official statement. We haven't published it, but I can guarantee you, I can assure you that we have been carrying this message to our trade associations, and I believe that that's the best and fastest way that we have to influence policy. If there's a desire from the board for us to develop one, I think we can quickly do that. I think this one is pretty straightforward. Just conclude the investigation as quickly as possible. Let us continue to work. This is not sustainable.
Yeah, and you did mention policy and resolutions. I'm not sure about the process to introduce a resolution that the board might consider and approve in order to help clarify a policy there. Can someone provide some indication of steps that we might use for a resolution of desire to see this concluded as quickly as possible?
Scott, I'm going to look to you and to Steve.
You would just need to get an agenda item on the board agenda 24 hours ahead of time at least, and then we could prepare a draft resolution. I don't know if that's something that's desirable by the board. As Javier indicated, the entire industry and those like us who are dependent on the industry is really focused on this. So I don't know whether you want to pursue a resolution, but that's the process you would follow.
I know we're generally careful about not asking for specific votes on items, particularly if there's not an item ahead of time. Can we determine here today somehow if there is support for a resolution on Thursday along those lines?
So maybe before we do that, can I ask a question with, and then Director Moody, I see your hand. Would a resolution from the board be helpful in this circumstance?
I think I would agree with Javier that our biggest bang for the buck is going through the industry channels and leveraging those networks. I can certainly appreciate the, interest to make a statement, but we've been very clear in our circles, as have our utility partners and other customers who want this infrastructure for themselves, that we are more than interested in seeing it resolved, and I don't see that temperament from the industry slowing if that was directed at management. Director Bogner.
Director Moody?
Yeah, I was going the same direction. It was a to what end question, and I feel like Brad answered it pretty well.
So, Director Williams, is this still something that you would like the board to consider for Thursday? I think it might be a bit of a distraction of staff time to get ready for a Thursday resolution and may not provide the needed direction.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification about that. Yeah, perhaps between now and Thursday is challenging, but we do meet again in June, and the timeline doesn't have this expected to be concluded by then. So perhaps in June we can consider a resolution that we could clarify our position, because I think as many voices as possible pointed in the same direction would be helpful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. Mo, if we can go to the last slide, please. We'll switch gears here to outreach going on. And you heard, again, some of this previously with Tim O'Brien, but there's a lot of focus and great partnership. And so I just want to commend Tim O'Brien, Michaela Valentine, folks on my team for the amount of time we're spending really around education. What is solar? What isn't solar? And helping our communities kind of understand the technology and then start to understand their role and what solar zoning regulations look like, what can challenge projects moving forward, but also working with concerns that they may have. And so there's a lot of good effort happening across our service territory here. We continue to develop and get better at our outreach materials. And so one thing to highlight that we're really excited for is called a pitch book. And so this is bringing together the materials really to bring to our local leaders in the counties and in other jurisdictions to better understand solar and to help them make the decisions that they need to with projects, with regulations, et cetera. And so ultimately, these ongoing coordinated efforts are really to help make sure that OPPD is the best source of information when it comes to these projects. So a lot of good work going there. And with that, unless there are questions, that would conclude the solar update today. I do see a question on timing. Great add. We're expecting to have that here in the next several weeks to be able to share.
Thank you, colleagues. Any other questions right now? Okay.
I think one quick comment, especially since this is a public session and we have members of the public watching. This is important, right? The community outreach that we are doing is active. I have been attending many meetings recently, and so have many members of my team. This is a team effort. It's a team sport. If you have knowledge, if you have a passion for these, I welcome you to accompany us. and comes to these meetings and help share with that outreach. Oftentimes it's myself and the OPPD team, out there and by ourselves. And so this is just a call for those who have been so helpful in our board meetings, in our committee meetings. I invite you to try to attend these type of meetings to help share the information that we have and the story that we have with OPPD and the desire for the community to continue to advance on this particular initiative.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, the next item on our agenda is a closed session. So let me get my script here. At this time, the board will conduct a closed session to discuss 3 topics: CEO development, corporate officer performance reviews and compensation adjustments for Vice Presidents Kate Brown, Scott Foch, Lisa Olson, and Troy Vai, and third, the continuation of the power with purpose reliability discussion, which we began during this morning's closed session. I will note that Brian Junker of Strategic Talent Solutions will join us for the CEO development discussion. He is the third party that's retained by the board. Director Moody, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
We sure do. I move that the board go into closed session at this time to 12 p.m. to discuss 3 topics. Topic 1, CEO development. Topic 2, corporate officer performance reviews and compensation adjustments for Vice Presidents Kate Brown, Scott Foch, Lisa Olson, and Troy Vai. And topic 3, continuation of the power with purpose reliability discussion. With respect to the CEO development discussion, a closed session is necessary because the discussion will involve performance evaluation and professional development information. A closed session discussion is necessary to prevent needless injury to the reputation of Mr. Fernandez, and he has not requested a public meeting. With respect to the corporate officer performance reviews and compensation adjustments, a closed session is necessary because the discussion will involve competitive and confidential compensation and retention information, as well as performance evaluation information. A closed session discussion is necessary to prevent needless injury to the reputations of Ms. Brown, Mr. Foch, Ms. Olson, and Mr. Vai, and none has requested a public meeting. Finally, with respect to the continuation of the Power with Purpose Generation Resource Project reliability discussion, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion will involve competitively sensitive utility infrastructure information, including potential pricing that would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by its business competitors, and also would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by potential contractors and property owners that may be involved in the infrastructure projects. The update also may involve discussion of legal matters, including contract negotiation matters that are protected by the attorney-client privilege. Do I have a second?
I believe that was a second from Director Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Thank you. Bogner,
Yes.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Mulhoff,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Spurgeon,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yoder.
Yes.
Motion carried.
The motion to go into closed session has passed. This closed session will be limited to discussion regarding 3 topics: CEO development, corporate officer performance reviews and compensation adjustments for Vice Presidents Kate Brown, Scott Foch, Lisa Olson, and Troy Vai, and the continuation of the Power with Purpose reliability discussion. No votes or other action will be taken. At this time, public attendees will be removed from the WebEx event, and the WebEx event recording will be stopped. And we will be locking the WebEx event to prevent attendees from joining.
All right, I've started the meeting recording again.
Okay.
A motion and second is required to reconvene in open session.
Moved.
Second.
Wagner,
Yes.
Kavanaugh. Oh, I'm sorry, he departed the meeting. Howard,
Yes.
Mulhoff,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Spurgeon,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yoder.
Yes.
Motion carried.
The motion to come out of closed session at 5:17 p.m. is carried. This closed session was limited to discussion regarding 3 topics: CEO development, corporate officer performance reviews and compensation adjustments for Vice Presidents Kate Brown, Scott Posch, Lisa Olson, and Troy Vai, and third, the continuation of the Power with Purpose reliability discussion. No votes or other board action were taken during the closed session. And this concludes our May all committees meeting. So thank you very much. We're adjourned.
See you Thursday.